Good morning, everyone. Maayong buntag sa tanan. Happy Monday to all. And I am welcoming you once again on our third and last batch of the division orientation on the school-based feeding program, milk program component. This is me, your host once again. I am your division nurse, Jasmine Betenol. And I'd like to inform you that before we formally start our orientation, we will begin with, of course, an opening prayer. And this will be followed by the ABP presentation of our Pambansang Awit and a message from our beloved schools division superintendent, Mr. Reynaldo M. Galiano Seso 5. So sit back, relax, and we shall now begin.
Davao City. Life is here.
Tumamaliking kalibuta ngupugali mo. Laweng bibukid bedagat may grasyang puglos. Salamat naman sa mulat ng aking mga mata. Agad akong nanalangin para makausap ka. Pupunta ng simbahan kasama ang pamilya. Walang iba kundi ikaw lamang. Panginoon, salamat sa lahat. Ang awit kong ito'y alay sa iyo. Panginoon, sandigan ko, minamahal at sinasamba kita. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Rahmanirrahim. Malik Yawmiddin. Iyaka na'budu wa iyaka nasta'in. Ihdina siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladina an'amta alaihim. Ghairil maghdubi alaihim waladhdallin. Amin.
Ama namin sumasalangit ka. Sinasamba namin ang ngalan mo. Ikaw ang dahilan kung bakit kami ay lumalaban. Hinahangad namin ang kapayapaan ng lahat. Ang pagkakaisa ng bawat tao. Tulong-tulong sa bawat laban. Gabayan niyo ang aming kinikilos. Kami patawarin mo sa mga salang ginawa ng sangkatauhan. Hinihingi ang iyong pagmamahal at karunungan. O Diyos Jesucristo na makapangyarihan. Sa ngalan ng Ama, Anak, Espiritu Santo. Amen.
Lumalaban sa problema na aming nadadatnan. Ngunit Panginoon, nandyan ka sa aming tabi, umarawan o bumabi. Panginoon, salamat sa lahat. Ang awit kong ito'y alay sa iyo, Panginoon. Sandigan ko, minamahal at sinasamba kita. Panginoon, salamat sa lahat. Ang awit kong ito'y alay sa iyo, Panginoon. Sandigan ko, minamahal at sinasamba kita.
Good day, everyone. School-based feeding program is one of the major programs of Okista DepEd, or the Upland Kalustugan sa Department of Education. As education must continue, school-based feeding program must also continue. It is a great help to the learners, especially those learners with families belonging to the low-income group, and those learners who are identified to be underweight and stunted. This may give a big impact these times of public health emergency, especially to the learners with parents who stop working because of this pandemic. This is very challenging to all of us, to the Department of Education, especially that aside from the usual feeding program that we have, milk feeding is also included. We all know that along with its implementation, we would be able to encounter so many challenges. The delivery of the food and the milk, food safety, the thing to eat that the milk and the food will be given to the learners, monitoring, and at the same time, the manpower requirement. But with our doctors and nurses in the division office, and with the support of our teachers, parents, and all other stakeholders, the barangay captain, counselors, I know that we would be able to implement the program with success. All this, the Department of Education are doing because of our love for you, learners. Be part of the success of this program. All we need from you is your support. Parents, please support the Department of Education on this undertaking, because at the end of the day, this program will benefit all our learners who need the food and the milk for them to become healthy. Once again, good day to all of us.
Thank you very much, Sir Reynaldo M. Giliana. And we are back. This is your host once again. I am Nurse Jasmine, and we are streaming live via Facebook and YouTube channel. So with us today are the PSDS, the school principals, the SBFP coordinator, the school property custodian, the school inspection team, the school health section, and the division TWG. We would like to welcome the participants from Malabog District, from Paquibato District, from General Rojas District, from Marilog District are with us today. From the secondary integrated schools, from Cluster 4, we have from Cluster 7 and also from Cluster 8. So on your screen is our program flow. So let me read to you the program flow of our virtual orientation today. So we are done with the opening program. We are done with the opening program, the introduction of the participants. So let's proceed to the objectives. So please check on your screen. We have the orientation of the mechanics of the orientation. So let me read to you. The objectives of this orientation is to capacitate the participants on the operational guidelines with emphasis on the school level preparation and financial operations. To orient the participants on the different SBFP forms that needs to be complied. To ensure that the minimum health standards in the distribution process of the milk packs or bottles are met, and to effectively discuss and address issues and concerns about the program. Next, please. So we are currently on the orientation of the mechanics. So the next part of our virtual orientation is to proceed with our first speaker. So, our first speaker for today is to orient on the DepEd Order number 36, series of 2019. This is the guidelines on the implementation of the school-based feeding program, the milk feeding program components. Please help me welcome our nurse in charge, Miss Jill Michelle Coronel Ano. Miss Jill, good morning.
Po. Okay po. Okay. So as said po by Ma'am Jasmine, so good morning everyone. I'm here to discuss the DepEd Order number 36 series of 2019, the guidelines on the implementation of the school-based feeding program, milk feeding program component. Of course, mag-start po tayo lahat sa rationale. So based on RA 11037 or the masustansyang pagkain para sa batang Pilipino, an act which provides the inclusion of fresh milk or fresh milk-based products in the SPFP as additional component to hot meals. For DepEd and DSWD po, we shall coordinate with the National Dairy Authority and the Philippine Carabao Center for the incorporation of fresh milk or fresh milk-based products in the feeding program. So for sa atin po sa DepEd for Davao City, our partner agency will be the National Dairy Authority. So kung tatanungin ninyo for the DSWD pa sa kanino nila i-implement, usually ang gagawin ho nila ito sa mga enrolled sa daycare centers. For DepEd po, for the learners po natin sa schools. Objectives of the program is to contribute to the beneficiaries' improvement in terms of classroom attendance, nutritional status, and school performance. So for us, pasteurized fresh milk or sterilized milk will be given in addition to hot meals. For kayo po, sa participants for today, since third batch po tayo, ang matatanggap po ninyo will be the sterilized milk. The SPFP milk shall benefit the undernourished children from kinder to grade 6 who are covered under the SPFP and may include all severely stunted, pupils at risk of dropping out, IP learners, and learners from hard-to-reach areas or last-mile schools. The milk shall be provided to the beneficiaries for a period of at least 20 days. So 20 days po yung ating milk feeding for this school year. For the definition of milk, so let us first define fresh milk. So it refers to the normal mammary secretion of one or more healthy dairy animals like cows, buffaloes, carabaos, or goats of local dairy farmers or farms that is free from colostrum without adding or extracting anything to or from it, has undergone heat processing and intended for consumption as liquid milk or for further processing. For purpose of this program, fresh milk is the same as pasteurized milk. So pag sabihin ho namin fresh milk, same lang ho yan siya ng meaning ng pasteurized milk. It has undergone heat treatment to destroy pathogenic organisms. The fresh milk to be supplied by NDA PCC-assisted dairy cooperatives are packed in food-grade polyethylene pouches. So for the third batch naman po, sterilized milk po ang target na matatanggap ninyo. For purpose of the program, sterilized milk is fresh milk that is heated to a temperature to destroy all viable organisms. It can be stored in a cool and dry room and the shelf life is 6 to 12 months. The sterilized milk to be supplied by the NDA are packed using DOI packaging pouches. So later on po, meron mo tayong representative from the NDA who will further explain the kinds of milk po na matatanggap natin. Then you have the commercial milk, fresh milk sold in the market. Last mile school. So ito po yung mga target beneficiary din talaga ng milk feeding. So what are last mile schools? This refers to school that is located in geographically isolated and disadvantaged areas o yung tinatawag po nating GIDA areas. Less than 4 classrooms sila with makeshift or non-standard rooms, without electricity, without new construction project in the last 4 years, with travel distance of more than 1 hour from the town center, with difficulty in terrain, having multiple multi-grade classes or rooms, with less than 5 teachers, with student population of less than 100 learners, and with more than 75% indigenous people are yung ating mga IPs na students nila. So policy statement, the DepEd recognizes that the relationship between nutrition and school performance of the learners. The capacity of school children to learn depends to a great extent to their nutritional status and their attendance in school. Usually po, pag namomonitor kami, ang first namin tanong, kamusta po ba yung feeding? Nakaka-help po ba? Ang usual sagot sa lahat ng napuntahan namin, yes ma'am, kasi ang attendance rate talaga ng mga students umaakyat. Mas gusto na nilang pumasok sa school kasi alam nila, pagdating nila doon, meron ho silang kakainin na. So umaakyat din yung ating attendance rate. The milk feeding program complements the regular SBFP and will further support the government's efforts to address problems of undernutrition among children. The preference to obtain supply of fresh milk or sterilized milk from local dairy farms and or cooperatives is pursuant to the policy to help not only in the growth of local dairy industries but also to engage with the benefit and benefit the local communities. So hindi lang ho mga learners natin makaka-benefit dito milk feeding, pati ho yung ating mga local dairy farmers kasi tinutulungan din natin sila sa business nila. As well as it develops the milk drinking habit na po sa ating mga learners. So for governance, framework, and mechanism of implementation, isa-summarize ko na lang po ha, implementing units and key partners. For the BLSS or the Bureau of Learner Support Service, the School Health Division, ito po yung counterpart namin ng School Health Section sa Central Office, yung School Health Division. So sila po ang nag-develop ng policy and operational framework and sila na din yung key partner sa NDA and PCC na main. For the Schools Division Office, kami na po ang magko-coordinate sa NDA offices. Kami ho nag-market scoping, negotiations, putting call of purchase orders, quality assurance, supervision, monitoring and evaluation, payment, and accounting. So kami na ho ang lahat gagawa for the purchase of the milk. Well, ang gagawin na lang ho ng school is for the delivery or the distribution na lang ng milk. The NDA and PCC, through a MOA with DepEd, shall be responsible in providing the fresh milk and sterilized milk required by DepEd through the NDA-assisted local dairy farmers and dairy cooperatives. The services of the NDA-assisted or the PCC-assisted dairy farms or cooperatives may include service for production, processing, and logistics. For the dairy farms and dairy cooperatives naman, supply and delivery of the required fresh milk and sterilized milk. Their service may include the production, quality assurance, processing, packaging, and delivery of the fresh milk and sterilized milk. So, bale, si NDA ho, yung link natin sa local dairy farmers, and then the local dairy farmers, they will be the ones to supply and deliver na ng fresh milk sa ating mga schools. Coordination between DepEd and NDA-PCC. So kung si DepEd Central Office po, sila po ang nakikoordinate na with the NDA-PCC main. Meron silang ginawang signing of framework MOA na tawag naming Mother MOA and as well as the technical assistance and other services in ensuring the production, processing, packaging, delivery, and storage, safety, and hygiene of milk. So, chinek na ho nila ano ho yung gatas na madideliver sa atin. For the SDO naman po, ang aming nakikoordinate kami sa NDA field offices. So, meron ho kaming signing of the operating MOA, as well as the purchase order, transfer of 100% of funds, submission of progress liquidation report. So in other words, kami na po yung purchase ng milk. Kami na ho ang nag-asikaso for the purchase of milk. For the schools, only the supply and delivery of milk. So together with the dairy co-ops. So ang school, magre-receive ng milk and then they will be the ones to distribute it na lang po. Mapping of milk supply and schools. For fresh milk supply from dairy co-ops, SDOs and dairy co-ops selected the schools which can be supplied with fresh milk. So makakatanggap ng fresh milk is the first and second batch kasi po accessible po talaga. Kaya po ng ating mga milk suppliers na maghatid sa kanila twice a week or once a week. For the sterilized milk from NDA and PCC, areas or schools not selected for fresh milk will be further subjected to mapping for sterilized milk supply. So tayo po na nasa third batch, ang target po natin na milk will be the sterilized milk. For the commercial milk naman po, schools which cannot be supplied with fresh or sterilized milk will be supplied with commercial milk subject to approval of the EXICOM. For the commercial milk, under discussion pa po nila sa central office kung pwede ho ba tayong mag-purchase. Kasi po, meron ho tayong tinatawag na Milk Code of the Philippines, so tinitingnan ho nila kung hindi ho tayong matatamaan nung RA na po na yun. Collaboration with NDA and PCC. So the DepEd BLSS School Health Division seek assistance and coordinate with the NDA and PCC in identifying, gaining access to, and dealing with the local dairy farmers and our cooperatives, sourcing and procurement of fresh milk and sterilized milk, provision of technical assistance, so which includes the processing, packaging, delivery, and storage, safety and hygiene of the product. So si DepEd na Central Office and the NDA and PCC main, sila na po naghanap kung saan ho tayo kukuha ng fresh milk. The cooperation and coordination between DepEd and PCC shall be embodied and defined in the MOA. Yun po yung sinabi ko kanina na merong framework MOA or the mother MOA na kung tinatawag namin between the DepEd Central Office and the NDA na main. The MOA likewise stipulated details of coordination and transaction between the SDOs and the NDAs and the PCC field offices. Database will be prepared by the DepEd BLSS SHD with the assistance of the NDA and PCC, and they shall create a supply map. Gawa na ho namin ito, nakagawa na ho kami yung supply map kung ano po yung mga schools na pwede ho masupplyan ng fresh or the sterilized milk. I-focus na lang po natin for the schools. So tayo po na nasa school, DepEd should ensure the readiness of the schools to receive, handle, and store milk. Yun po ang number one natin i-focus kung saan ho natin pwede i-store yung fresh milk, yung ating sterilized milk since batch 3 para hindi ho siya masisira. Then, with the collaboration of NDA and PCC, ito na po with multi-stakeholder consultation and orientation may be conducted by the SDO. Kami na ho ang gagawa nito for your mechanism of delivery, anong school, scheduling ninyo, as well as checking on the storage and handling and accounting po. Kami na ho niyan dito sa division. Collaboration with NDA and PCC, the call of purchase order shall be initiated by the SDO pursuant to the framework MOA and operating MOA. The PO shall be in accordance with the allocation and distribution list and the multiple batch of implementation previously agreed upon by the parties. So wala na hong iisipin ng school, kami na ho ang gagawa ng PO. Receive na lang po talaga tayo ng gatas. So DepEd downloaded the total amount of 991,868,220 to 223 SDOs in October 2019. So for this first batch po ng feeding, ng milk feeding, 2019 funds pa po ang ginagamit natin. So since last year po, ang target po namin was March ang dapat ang implementation nito. Pero since nga, due to public health emergency, wala na ho natuloy nung March. So ngayon ho natin gagamitin yung funds na 2019 for the milk feeding. Kami na rin po sa SDO ang gagawa ng back resolution, back-related documents, allocation list, purchase orders, and other pertinent documents as may be necessary in implementation of the school. Again, kami na po sa division office ang mag-aasikaso for the purchase of milk. The schools will only receive and then distribute na lang po. The SDO shall, in accordance with the provision in the framework MOA and the operating MOA, undertake the transfer in favor of the pertinent NDA Island Office 100% fund transfer subject to the progress liquidation report. So this is between now the SDOs and the NDA. Wala na ho ang school for the liquidation report. The amount in excess of the funds actually transferred to the pertinent NDA Island Office on account of there being areas beneficiaries which will not be covered by any local dairy farm and or cooperatives, either with the fresh or sterilized, may be subject to a negative sub-arrow if and when procurement of commercially produced off-the-shelf products by either the regional office or the central office is practicable and most efficient. Otherwise, the SDOs may, whenever practicable, undertake the procurement of commercially produced off-the-shelf products upon issuance of directives to this effect by the central office. Kaya nga, as said kanina po, for the commercially produced milk, hinihintay po ho namin ang directives ng central office. The NDA Island Office shall submit a monthly liquidation report. Sa amin na po ito with NDA and SDO. So for as well as the liquidation ng procurement ng milk, kami na po ang bahala ng procurement. A negative sub-RO may be issued by the central office if and when procurement of commercially produced off-the-shelf products upon issuance of directives to this effect by the central office is practicable and most efficient. Yun nga, sabi kanina, hindi pa ho talaga final if ever okay na po tayo sa commercially produced off-the-shelf milk. Hintayin lang ho natin ang issuance ng central office. For the SDO na po ito. And then of course, ngayon po, SDO is orienting na po the focal persons, health personnel, and teachers and other relevant school and division personnel. Before ho binigay yung milk sa atin, of course, tinignan na ho ng central office ano po yung ating matatanggap na gatas. So the milk and the milk-based product shall be in accordance with the specifications and quality standards of DO number 13, series of 2017, or your healthy food and beverage in schools and in the PED offices. So na-check na ho talaga nila ang nutrition facts. For the fresh milk, it is supplied by the NDA, PCC-assisted dairy cooperatives are packed in food-grade polyethylene pouches. Pero naman po, for the sterilized milk for the third batch, to be supplied by the NDA are packed using DOI packaging pouches. The mode, schedule, and other specifications of delivery shall be determined by the SDO and the supplier in consideration of local conditions to the specified in the contract. Fresh milk will be delivered 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. or at least twice a week at the school during school days. Then this, mamaya po si Ma'am Roxanne mag-reiterate po nito, mas ifo-focus po niya for the, ano po ang delivery schedule for the sterilized milk since it's included na po sa supplemental guidelines ng milk feeding. Then we have your school inspection team. So lahat po ng school head shall do the inspection upon delivery and sign the needed documents. Ito po yung school inspection team. Also, the school property custodian and the school personnel. So sila po yung part na tinatawag natin na authorized consignees. Mamaya po mas ifo-focus po natin kung sino ba itong mga personnel na na-identified na ito. Yung school inspection team kasi natin, which is composed of your school bag, shall ensure the quality and quantity of milk upon delivery. All milk packs should be clean without leaks and not spoiled. Later then, with the help of our NDA representative, tuturuan ho niya tayo kung ano ho dapat ang makita natin sa mga milks na di-deliver natin. If it's okay pa to drink or kailangan na ho, or hindi na ho siya pwede. 2 weeks before milk distribution, beneficiaries will be encouraged to drink milk at home. Parents' consent shall be secured before milk feeding. Scanning of children with and without milk intolerance will be done. Those with milk intolerance shall be given half ration only until they are used to drinking milk. Milk drinking activities shall be closely supervised by the school officer designated by the school head to ensure that proper handling and cleanliness is being observed at all times. So ito pong last part, ito yung gagawin sana natin sa school. Pero since hindi na ho tayo face-to-face contact, we can advise na lang po the parents on what to do. For any adverse effects following the drinking of milk, such as gastroenteritis, stomach discomfort, lactose intolerance, we can refer the child to the clinic teacher, school nurse, or local health unit. So yun po, close coordination po tayo with the advisors. You can remind them po na if ever merong parent na magsabi na nagkaroon ng lactose intolerance, pwede ho nila i-inform kayo and then in return, i-refer natin sa inyong mga nurses or sa ating medical officer to help na lang po with their adverse reaction. So we can discontinue administering milk until such time it is recommended na po by the health personnel. Kasi nga kung mapansin ninyo, meski tayo po, kung matagal na tayo hindi nakainom ng gatas, pag uminom tayo ng gatas ulit, baka bigla ho tayong na may the stomach discomfort. So usually, ganyan din ho ang nangyayari sa mga bata. The SDO shall ensure effective, efficient, and systematic handling, storage, and distribution of the fresh milk. Safekeeping of milk stock shall be the responsibility of the school head and the school personnel. The fresh milk pack shall be stored in a cool, dry place. Pero if sa po tayo yung sterilized milk for this third batch, it shall be stored in a secured, clean, pest-free, and well-ventilated area in the schools. Boxes of milk shall be piled on pallets. So pakita nyo naka-storage talaga siya, naka-keep siya. For the reporting and recording system, all documentation of the SBFP fresh milk feeding program components shall be included in the regular SBFP reports prescribed by DO number 39 series of 2017. So later on, we will discuss po lang mga programs natin. And then of course, your submission of the PTR always naman po. Since feeding recipients po tayo for the longest time, meron pa rin ho tayong PTR. For the roles and responsibilities, diretso na ho tayo sa SDO. So kami na ho yung nakik-coordinate sa NDA. Kami na ho nag-orient ngayon. And then submit the list of recipients close to the region. We are asking po for the submission of your SBFP Form 6. I think inform na ho kayo ng mga district nurses ninyo. Kailangan ho kasi namin siya since the central office and the regional office is asking for the soft copies. Make sure lang ho na meron tayong grade and section per beneficiary. And then the hard copy should also be submitted here in the division office through your district nurses. Kasi po part din ho siya ng chine-check ng COA. For Davao City, we have a 17 million po ang budget ng meal feeding. Kaya ho kailangan ho talaga namin yung list of beneficiaries natin. So the division supply officer shall coordinate with the school custodian. Later, ma-discuss ni Ma'am Roxanne with regards to the procurement of freezers po for the schools. Monitor that, of course, the SDO shall monitor the compliance of schools with the guidelines, health and nutritional assessment, and other complementary activities, and oversee the implementation of the program at the school level. By September 30 po, merong schedule ang regional office to go around. They will monitor po, especially yung mga drop-off point schools natin, if ever ready na ho tayo. And they will also check the WINS program and if the school is following the health standards po as indicated in DepEd Order number 14, series of 2020. For the schools, so the school shall submit the SDO, the list of target beneficiaries as said po kanina, yan po yung SBFP Form 6 natin. Oversee the daily implementation of hot meals and milk feeding. For the meals naman po, we will do a separate orientation on this. Pina-finalize lang ho namin. Kakalabas lang ho ng numbered and signed na po na memorandum for the feeding for the school year 2020-2021. We will have another orientation for the meals pero magiging dry ration na po for us. Then the school head shall designate members of the school inspection team. So later po, isa-isahin natin yan. The school head also shall provide a clean, safe, well-ventilated room for storage. Kasi said nga kanina, kailangan mo talaga natin ng room kung saan natin pwede is-store yung ating milk. Submit on time necessary reports, documentations to SDO. Submit PTR and budget allocation to SDO with accuracy and validity. Otherwise, school head shall be held liable for any discrepancy. School head shall not refuse the milk supply for the beneficiary in the school unless proof is shown that external stakeholders undertake the provision of milk, fresh milk, and sterilized milk for the intended beneficiaries. So if ever may private partner ho tayo, let's just make sure na ibibigay nila na milk is hindi din po against the Milk Code of the Philippines din. So kung meron tayong ibang stakeholders before that, sabihan ho natin dito sa division if ever merong ibang gustong mag-supply or mag-sponsor sa ating schools. So for the timeline po, hindi na ho ito na-follow kasi nga said kanina, sana March na namin i-implement. Pero nga since due to the public health emergency, hindi na ho siya na-follow. So later, magbigay ho si Ma'am Roxanne ng ating timeline as to the implementation of the milk feeding. So that's all for the guidelines. Ma'am Jazz.
Maraming salamat, Nurse Jill. So before we will proceed to the next speaker, I would like to remind all the participants online that the attendance link will be posted after the session. So on your screen, we have you have your comment box as well. So you may start writing your comments or any suggestions or clarifications. So let's proceed to the second speaker. Our second speaker is our division nurse. Also, she is the secondary nurse coordinator, and she will discuss on the additional provisions and amendments to DepEd Order number 36 years of 2019, the draft guidelines Please help me welcome Miss Roxanne Pardillo Jugara. Good morning, ma'am.
Yes, Ma'am Jazz, good morning and good morning to our dear participants from Malabog, Barilog, Paquibato, and General Rojas. I'll be sharing now my screen. I'll discuss to you the additional provisions and amendments. So in a while po, loading lang po muna yung screen. That's it. Can you see now my screen? I'll discuss to you the additional provisions and amendments to DepEd Order Number 36 Series of 2019 or the guidelines on the implementation of school-based feeding program, milk feeding program component. So, over the weekend po, lumabas na po yung ating supplemental guidelines. It was published na to the DepEd website. It is the DepEd Order Number 22 Series of 2020, yung additional provisions and amendments sa DepEd Order Number 36 Series of 2019. So what is the rationale of this feeding program? So the school-based feeding program is committed for continued implementation at this time of pandemic where health and nourishment of learners are of paramount importance. That is why po sa ating Republic Act number 11469 or also known as the Bayanihan to Heal as One Act, which was enacted in March 2020 to combat po COVID-19, our program, the school-based feeding program, is still included po for this school year, even though our learners are not visible to the school. So, since nga po, part pa rin, isa siya sa mga tina-target ng Bayanihan to Heal as One Act. So next, it ensures their growth and development at the same time boost their immune system. That is why po we provide nourishment to our learners para po maging matatag yung kanilang mga resistensya. It is also emphasized that program implementation shall strictly comply with the required health standards in schools and offices. As the DepEd issues DepEd Order Number 14 Series of 2020, the guidelines on the required health standards in schools and workplaces, dapat dun po tayo dun po ang ating basis para po ma-follow natin yung strict minimum health standards in our schools. So I will discuss now to you the additional provisions. First is the target date of implementation. For our batch 1, the supposed to be target date of implementation is August to September 2020. However po, meron na po tayong slight delay of our implementation. We are hoping po na by October 2020, we may now be able to push through with our implementation. So for our batch 1 po, as what Ms. Jill said earlier, they will be distributed by a fresh milk supplies po, yung pasteurized fresh milk natin. For our batch 2, implementation date should start September to October 2020 using Farina pasteurized fresh milk. And then for our batch 3, which is your batch po, those belong to the far-flung areas. Tentative date of implementation must be September to November 2020 using po the sterilized milk packs. So, however po, there is still an ongoing discussion pa between the NDA and the Central Office po if this particular batch for your batch 3 will be pushed through. But again, yun po yung talaga hinihiling natin na sana matuloy po yung implementation ng sterilized milk packs. So again, the number of milk feeding days will be 20 feeding days. Now, who are our beneficiaries? Our beneficiaries for this school year will be the same learners from the school-based feeding program Hot Meals for school year 2019 to 2020. Since po ang ating nutritional assessment to our learners is still suspended due to this pandemic, yun po ang in-identify natin na feeding beneficiaries, which are all kindergarten students to grade 6 pupils. So for those grade 6 recipients who were promoted to grade 7, they will no longer be included in the program. However, those grade 6 recipients po will be changed to those kindergarten students enrolled in the school. So if the milk allocation is not sufficient to cover the target beneficiaries, those undernourished plus all kindergarten pupils, then the feeding days may be adjusted accordingly. However po, for our division, enough po and tama lang po talaga yung allocated number of students for our milk feeding program. That is why hindi po adjusted ng ating feeding days. As is po tayo doon sa 20 feeding days. Number 3, who are our secondary beneficiaries? These secondary beneficiaries, if allocation is still in excess, or if there are beneficiaries who refused milk ration, dito po tayo pwedeng pumili ng mga ipapalit natin. Those who are stunted learners, yung mga kulang sa tangkad, yung hindi uminom ng growy nung pagkabata pa, those indigenous peoples, or those pupils at risk for dropping out. Ay yung tinatawag natin na PARDO. So, pwede po tayong pumili doon sa secondary beneficiaries na yun. If may excess pa po tayo ng mga learners or recipients. So, next, number 4. Schools may double feed two awards at the end of the required number of feeding days, 1 in the morning and 1 in the afternoon. And since nga po, as mentioned earlier, meron na po tayong slight delay for our implementation, possible po na mag-double feed tayo at the end of the feeding days. However, we will be updating you po on what will be the dates of the double feeding so that uniform pa rin ang entire schools for the implementation para same pa rin po ang ating start and end of the program. So next, parents shall be advised to let their children eat meals or snacks before allowing them to drink milk to avoid stomachache. Since marami nga pong bata, diba, na hindi sanay uminom ng gatas, especially those belong to the far-flung areas, medyo hindi talaga sila sanay na uminom ng gatas. So, please let the parents po, let them tell their children to eat their meals so that maiwasan po natin yung pananakit ng tiyan ng mga bata. So number 5, what are the delivery strategies? The delivery strategies has 3 strategies po. So letter A, parents can pick up the milk on designated days and time, preferably every Mondays and Wednesdays. However, since batch 3 nga po kayo and sterilized milk packs yung i-distribute sa inyo, the possibility will be isang deliveran lang yan siya for the drop-off point school since meron po tayong 6 months na expiration date for our sterilized milk. So possible po isang beses lang i-distribute sa inyo yung milk packs. If the NDA, kung kaya nilang i-distribute yung good for 20 feeding days. However, if hindi po nila kaya, then possible po na good for 10 days mo na i-distribute sa inyo and then another 10 days will be the next distribution na po or the next delivery na po. Letter B, school personnel may opt to distribute the milk packs from the school to the homes of the beneficiaries. So those assigned or authorized members of the team po, SBFP team in the school, may be distributing the milk packs to the homes of the learners. Letter C, school personnel may coordinate with partners such as the barangay or the national government offices to distribute the milk packs from the school to the homes of the beneficiaries. If there is an intensified or strengthened partnership po with your barangay, so pwede po natin sila itap para po sila yung magde-distribute ng milk packs to the homes of our learners. So, pero most likely po, the mode of the delivery strategy po na pinili ng mga school is the letter A, where parents can pick up the milk on designated days and time from the schools. Number 6, the packaging of milk packs. So, letter A, it is the pasteurized fresh milk is packed in a 180 to 200 ml pouch. So it is packed in a food-grade polyethylene pouches. So an example to that is kanang mga milk bar gani, milk bar na gina-distribute sa Dairy Best. So that is an example of pasteurized fresh milk na polygrade ethylene pouches. For our sterilized milks or katong retortable dye packaging pouches, an example to that is kanang mga baby foods dara siya ginasulod. So for our 1 liter bottle, since naapoy nagapili for 1 liter bottle, so it is packed in a food grade plastic bottles. Number 7, even if milk packs are to be consumed at home, it is important to communicate to the parents that the program recipients should be the ones to drink the milk. Sharing to other members of the family is highly discouraged. Since nga po, diba, ang ating Filipino culture, sharing is loving, so we should emphasize to the parents po that the ones to be consuming the milk is the beneficiaries para po ma-increase po rin ang kanilang nutritional status. So what are the amendments on our guidelines? So number 2, specifically on fund availment and management under section VC number 11, the estimated cost per 200 ml pouch of milk is 18 pesos. So don't worry po mga ma'am and sir with regards sa ating procurement for our milk feeding since it is division-led na po and kami na po bahala for the procurement. Additional cost of 1 to 2 pesos may be allowed as additional transportation cost of milk supplies coming from another province or region. However, ang ating pong mga suppliers for our milk feeding is located only here in Davao, which is the Gonzaga Farms and the Kim's Milk. So, hindi na po tayo mag-a-add ng 1 or 2 pesos for the transportation. So, number 5, ito na po yung hinihintay niyong lahat, the procurement of freezers or refrigerators for the schools and our designated drop-off points shall be done at the division level and shall observe the requirements of RA 9184 and it shall also observe the rules governing semi-expandable properties with unit cost below the capitalization threshold of 15,000 and the issuance of inventory custodian slip or ICS to the end user to establish accountability. So, this is to inform you po that we have included po in our proposal the procurement of freezers and refrigerators for the storage of milk supply. So, hindi lang po talaga kami mag-promise as of now no na all schools ang naa but we will try our best po na ma-include lahat po ng schools for the procurement of freezers for lahat ng mga recipient schools po. And those freezers po na ibibigay sa inyo will be issued a ICS or the inventory custodian slips. The number 3, on specifications, quality standards, and delivery of fresh milk and sterilized milk. Number 1, schools division offices and local dairy suppliers shall identify and agree 1 to 2 drop-off points per school or district SDO for the milk supply deliveries. Now, per district po has identified na at least 1 to 3 maximum or 4 maximum drop-off points po. So, doon po i-drop off ang inyong mga milk pack. So, you will be getting the recipient schools under those drop-off point schools will be getting po the milk packs to the drop-off point schools. Number 2, local dairy suppliers shall inform the recipient schools and drop-off point on the schedule of delivery and the minimum public health standards to prevent spread and mitigate COVID-19 should be strictly followed, such as wearing of masks and gloves for both suppliers and consignees, social distancing, and highest food safety standards shall be met. So later on po, I will be discussing to you the standard safety protocols po to be provided in our schools para po maiwasan natin yung mamitigate natin yung pag-acquire ng COVID-19. So number 3, during the delivery of milk, 1 authorized consignee and 2 members of the inspection team should be present to sign the delivery receipt and the inspection and acceptance report. So later on, i-discuss po further ni Ms. Jill kung ilang IARs ang i-prepare po ni drop-off point school for submission also to the accounting office for liquidation purposes po. So, our authorized consignees are the school head, the school-based feeding program coordinator, and our school property custodian. So, any of those authorized consignees shall be present. So for this is for the drop-off point schools po. For our inspection team, two members of the School Bids Awards and Awards Committee, since may na-create naman po kayo na school back, diba? So, the inspection team will be coming from the School Bids and Awards Committee. So, number 3, on specifications, quality standards, and delivery of fresh milk and sterilized milk. Number 4, schools division offices may arrange the delivery of milk from drop-off points to schools, or school recipients may pick up their milk supply from the drop-off point school. It is the responsibility of the school recipients to ensure that their milk supply are picked up during the exact time of delivery by the supplier or within an hour at the most to preserve the quality and freshness of milk. Immediate distribution to the recipients shall likewise follow. So at this point po, you may coordinate na po with your recipient schools, under na recipient schools, kung kailan po nila ipipick up yung milk supply sa inyo. However nga po, since sterilized milk packs po kayo, wala masyadong problema since ang expiration date nga po is mas matagal, wherein 6 months po yung the most, para po manatili pa rin na okay yung milk supply. So I guess that would be all for the amendments and additional provisions of DepEd Order number 36. Later on po pala, the NDA will discuss about the milk quality and handling of the milk supply. So that's all, and good morning.
Jazz?
Maraming salamat, Miss Rox. Miss Rox and Miss Jill will be back later on, no? If you have clarifications or questions regarding the guidelines and the provisions of the SBFP. So let's continue. Again, to those who just log in, the attendance link will be posted later po after the session. So as I said, let's continue. Our next speaker will discuss about the accounting matters, the transportation, and the transportation expenses, including the cash advance and the liquidation. So, inuulit ko po, hindi po siya ang probinsyano, but he is none other than our Division Accountant 3, Sir Armando D. Dalisay. Good morning, sir.
Yes, Ma'am Jazz, good morning po, and to all our participants to this morning session, as well as in the afternoon. Welcome po to our third and I believe final batch of our orientation in the implementation of our milk feeding program in DepEd Division of Davao City. So again, I am tasked to discuss accounting matters relative to the cash advances on and liquidation of the travel expense and the transportation expense, or commonly known as the hauling or pagpakyaw sa atuang term. So a brief background as per discussed by Ma'am Janice a while ago, that in our DepEd Order number 36, ang source po ng funds po natin with respect po sa ating travel and transportation connected po sa implementation ng milk feeding program. Tatlo po yung sources. Number 1, yung funds intended po na for milk feeding, which is nakasaro po yan galing sa central office po natin, downloaded sa region and sub-allotted na region sa division. So yan po yung primary source. Ang second source po ng funds for payment ng travel at saka transportation or hauling is yung SBFP or School-Based Feeding Program excess funds. So naka-stress po talaga na excess, meaning sobra sa fund po ng SBFP. At pangatlo, yung ordinary po na funds po na dina-download sa school, which is the MOOE o funds which allotted every month for non-implementing schools. So again, i-stress lang po, clarify lang po na namin na yung source of funds is manggagaling po doon sa funds po intended for milk feeding. So dito po sa division office po yung source of funds natin for payment of travel and hauling or transportation expenses. So to discuss po ang basis po natin ng requirements is yung COA Circular 2012-01. Common po yung mga requirements pero importante pa din na i-discuss natin para po ma-remind naman po yung ating requesting party. At the same time, to avoid nga po yung AOM or further delays po ng pag-release. Yung mode po namin, actually hindi po na-clarify sa first at second po na training. Yung mode of release po namin with respect po ng travel at saka transportation is through cash advance. So meaning po, ika-cash advance po namin doon sa responsible officer yung traveling expense o yung pamasahe po ng teacher o ni consignee or ni inspectorate team coming from his official station, which is ang beneficiary school or ang school itself, to the drop-off point. So meaning, hindi po sa bahay yung official station natin, ma'am and sir. Doon po sa school, which saan po tayo nagsiserve. So yan po yung official station. Regardless po, if manggaling man kayo sa bahay, same ang point of origin po na gagamitin natin sa ating itinerary of travel is yung school po na kung saan po tayo nagsiserve. So again, yun po yung sa travel expense na requirement. Ang number one po requirement for cash advance is the authority to travel. So ma'am and sir, you must secure your authority to travel, approve and sign po ng proper officer po as designated or required po sa ating usual na authority to travel. So sino-sino po yan? Siyempre yung requesting party, signed and correspondingly if ina-apply po natin na magpirma po yung ang public school district supervisor, if yun po yung practice, or diretso na po sa ating SDS or ang ating Sir Dr. Reynaldo Guillena po as approver sa ating authority to travel. Again, first to secure is ang authority to travel. Ang second po na requirements natin is yung duly approved itinerary of travel. So, common din po yan. I-explain ko lang yung duly approved itinerary of travel, ito po yung description o particulars ng travel po natin. So first, yung gaya ng nabanggit ko kanina, yung point of origin po na gagamitin is yung official station which is ang school po, hindi po yung residence. Regardless if ang actual po o meaning yung totoo talaga na point of origin is yung bahay, still, ang gamitin pa rin is yung official station po as preference or as required in complying or in making our itinerary of travel. So again, from school, and then yung usual mode of transportation ninyo, galing sa school, papunta po doon sa ating designated area or yung drop-off points po. So may question or query from the first and second batch na pwede ba yung personal na sasakyan o yung private car ang gagamitin. Again, the division office does not encourage the use of such. Bakit? In the event po, so in the event po na simba ko lang na may mangyari po during the course of travel, such official travel or such travel cannot be considered as an official business. Bakit po? It's because ang COA itself, as well as ang DepEd, hindi po ina-encourage ang paggamit ng private car or vehicle. Kasi nga po, meron pong intended funds na gagamitin to outsource o to use the public or the public transportation as a mode of traveling or transportation. Under such exceptional circumstances lang po talaga pwede if the division office allowed. So ano po 'yon? Kung wala po talagang biyahe po, kung wala po talagang bumabiyahe sa inyong area. Pero I believe meron naman kasi nga nilagyan ng school yan. Meron talagang biyahe dyan. And ayun po, yun po yung ano natin, itinerary of travel, yung actual o yung usual po na transportation o route or from and to yung ilalagay po natin. In case po, hindi po nasunod yung ating original na itinerary of travel, we require or we must submit a revised itinerary of travel. Bakit po? Para po ma-reflect yung totoo talaga na actual na travel corresponding to the cost or the fare na incurred. So example, instead na isang sakay lang nangyari, dalawang sakay because of uncontrollable o hindi naman sinasadya ng mga events. So if that's the case, i-revise po natin yung itinerary of travel from one fare o one traveling or transportation up to times 2 na po. So in order to reflect po yung actual, but then again, it must be in accordance po sa ating guidelines. So meaning, uncontrollable po siya, unforeseeable. Hindi po yung, kasi incremental cost po siya na side sa government. Additional cost po siya. It must be substantiated with justifiable reason. Meaning, duly approved po yan dapat ni approving officer. So, third po na requirement, dapat po yung magka-cash advance, wala pong prior na unliquidated cash advance. Ano po ang big sabihin? If meron po kayong existing na cash advance, hindi po kayo allowed na mag-cash advance po another. I-liquidate po muna natin yung existing po natin na cash advances in order for us to qualify for another cash advance. Strictly sinusunod po natin yan kasi yan po yung Bible po, yan po yung mandate po talaga ng COA na no double cash advance. One single cash advance lang po talaga ang inaalaw. So, and the fourth, yung memorandum po natin. So, subsequently, mag-i-issue po yung division office ng division memorandum in RECO po, as well as yung IRR po natin with the implementation of the DepEd order po regarding sa milk feeding program. So, mag-i-issue po yung division memo. I-attach din po natin doon sa ating request for cash advance. So again, iulitin ko yung mode of release po ng funds to the consignee or to the school in charge or to the school involved in the implementation of feeding program is through cash advance po. Meaning, submit po kayo nung nabanggit namin na initial requirements, which is i-disseminate din po namin yan sa field in order for the division office to process your cash advance. So that only pertains to the first expense po natin, which is ang traveling. Ang second po na probable na ma-incur po natin na expense in the conduct of the program is yung transportation or hauling. But then again, balikan ko lang yung una, yung sa cash advance, if na-execute na po o natapos na po yung ating whole duration for the cash advances, so ang piniprefer po namin na cash advance is for 1 month lang po. Meaning, hindi po tayo magka-cash advance ng more than a month para po maiwasan, para po ma-practice po or ma-comply po natin yung liquidation within after po a month din po ng incurrence po natin ng program or implementation. So again, 1 month cash advance is allowed, and upon liquidation, so dagdag po doon sa requirements na nabanggit kanina, if tapos na po yung duration po o yung activity na kinash advance po natin, magsasubmit po tayo sa division office ng number 5 is certificate of travel completed. So again, nandun po yan sa requirement natin ng sa COA. May template na din naman po yung mga school niyan. Comply lang po natin yung certificate of travel completed. Meaning, na-complete po natin o na-execute po natin in accordance po doon sa itinerary of travel na ginawa natin, or in accordance po doon sa costing na pinroject natin through the itinerary of travel. So, 6 na requirement in addition sa certificate of travel completed, yun po yung certificate of appearance. So, huwag kalimutan, manghingi po tayo ng certificate of appearance from the school where we appear or from the school where we intended or we had went, saan po tayo pumunta, which is yung drop-off points. So, every time po na punta po tayo doon, separate po na certificate of appearance yan. And lastly po, ang liquidation po natin sa pamasahe po ng traveling po natin is supported by RER. Yun nga po yung reimbursement expense receipt for expenses more than 300. So for expenses 300 and below, yun po yung certificate of expense not requiring receipt. Magkaiba po to ng mga forms, pero ang pagkakaalam ko, parang ginagamit din po yata yung RER. So then again, if yun po yung practice niyo po, tuloy niyo lang po yung RER. In case, yun po yung practice ng mga field. So yun po yung mga requirements po natin. Mauna lang nga lang po for cash advance purposes, ang yung 4 na nabanggit. Authority to travel, duly approved itinerary, no prior and liquidated cash advance, at saka division memorandum or depend order po na i-attach po natin. And subsequently, upon liquidation po, certificate of travel completed, certificate of appearance, and yung RER po, or yung certificate of expense not requiring receipt. So all in all, 6 po yung piniprescribe namin na requirements. But initially, 4 lang po for the purpose of cash advance. And subsequently, pag mag-liquidate na po kayo, yun na po yung additional 3. So we prefer po na monthly lang po yung i-cash advance to practice po natin na early liquidation po. So as much as possible, madali lang naman po to i-liquidate. So proceed po tayo sa second probable expense. Ito po yung maraming query sa mga participants. Yung transportation or hauling expense. Again, we suggest po, recommend po namin na ang mode of release po niya is through cash advance para din po hindi pa kayo maka-abono po in the event sa implementation. So with respect po sa requirements po, we need po yung request for cash advance coming from the school. So meaning sa school head, magsasubmit dito ng request for cash advance for intended po doon sa transportation. So ano po yung format nun? Kung ano po yung format na ginagamit po ninyo sa pag-request ng SBFP, the same po din dito sa format ng transportation. Ang kaibahan lang, yung transportation lang po talaga ang included po doon sa request. So meaning, transportation plus ang travel expense po ninyo, isama nyo na lang po doon sa request po ninyo. Kasi isahin lang po namin ng release ang cash advance. So meaning, yung travel expense as well as yung transportation at hauling, iisang cash advance lang po ang mangyayari dyan. Ang requirements lang ng transportation or hauling is yung request of cash advance, which is yung usual po na ginagamit natin sa request for SBFP, as well as yung certification na lang po ng from barangay kung magkano po yung fare po ng hauling within the area or within the school, kung saan po kayo yung official station up to the drop-off points. So then again, wala po tayong ibang supporting po na pwede ma-justify since hindi po pare-parehas yung fare or yung sinisingil po ni hauler o transporter. Magkakaiba-kaiba po kasi depende po sa location po ng area. So in order for us to support that issue na magkakaiba-iba yung fare po is require po namin ng certification from barangay yung usual fare po ng school up to drop-off points. So for practicality at convenience po, iisa na lang po natin yung certification. Meaning, kung same lang naman po kayo ng barangay, yung mga schools, iisa na lang po natin sa certification ng barangay yung fares po ng hauling. So example, from school A up to drop-off points, ito po yung fare or hauling po. From school B to drop-off points, ito po yung hauling, and so on and so forth. Para isang isyuhan lang po ni barangay ng certification. And then, we also require a contract of service. So, ang contract of service po, execute po ng school, between the school and the second party o yung contracting party, yung hauler po o transporter natin. So, kami na po ang magbibigay ng format ng contract of service sa mga field. I-through course lang po namin sa health section po ng division para masabay po ng release together with the other forms required po sa implementation ng program. So again, ang contract of service executed po ng to be executed ng school or yung school head and the contracting party. Yung kailangan lang i-attach ni contracting party is yung government issued ID or might as well yung LTO license na lang niya po if ever. So attach po natin doon sa ating contract of service. But then again, ang contract of service po na gagawin po natin, isasubmit lang po natin upon liquidation na po ng cash advance. So again, para po mapast track po yung release ng cash advance niyo po, yung first two requirements lang po i-comply or i-submit niyo po dito sa division. Una, request of cash advance, yun po yung usual na format na ginagamit sa SBFP request or sa MOE. Lagay nyo lang po doon yung transportation as well as yung hauling for the entire for a month only lang kasi i-monthly po kasi natin yung release po ng ating funds and yung certification po ng from barangay po. From barangay kung magkano po yung fare po ng from your school or your station, official station to the drop-off points. So again, dalawang requirements lang po yung need po namin for the release ng transportation and hauling expense. So to recap what I have discussed, cash advance po yung mode ng release. Iisa lang po namin yung travel expense and ang transportation or hauling expense. Meaning, isabay lang po namin ng release yan. Subject for your submission of the required documents which is katong yung nabanggit ko kanina na authority to travel, duly approved itinerary of travel, yung no prior unliquidated cash advance, kami na magbe-verify yan dito sa division. Pero for your information, if may existing po na CA, hindi po pwede mag-release ng another cash advance until makaliquidate po tayo. And ang division memorandum po natin. And with respect po sa transportation at hauling, yung request po for cash advance na usual po na ginagamit nyo po pag request ng SBFP or yung MOE po. And then, certification po from barangay kung magkano po yung existing po na pamasahe or hauling expense po or transportation. Since iba-iba po yung charges ng mga hauler. Yung contract of service, is ito follow nyo na lang po yan pag liquidation as well as yung government issued ID ni contracting party. So again, yun po yung procedural po natin dito sa division office with respect sa release po ng cash advances po sa inyo. And okay, clarification lang din po yung sa if na-discuss na po kanina yun sa inspection and acceptance report in addition po yung IAR po natin, dalawang type po ng IAR yung i-execute po natin, yung first inspection and acceptance report from delivery or from NDA to the drop-off points, and the second inspection and acceptance report is from the drop-off points to the beneficiary school. So magkaiba po yan na inspection and acceptance report. And bigyan po ng copy yung division office ng IAR2 o yung from drop-off points to beneficiary school. So so far, yun lang naman po yung probable or most likely na expenses na ma-encounter po natin during the implementation of the program. So with respect po sa mga queries regarding po ng mga requirements, feel free po to call or feel free to ask the accounting section regarding po sa mga requirements. If meron po kayong problem with respect po din po sa cash advances or liquidation, feel free din po to ask, or it's either our others are in charge, any of them, or direct na po sa akin. We'll be willing to accommodate your queries po with respect sa implementation sa program po natin. So far, that's the main highlights of my topics, and I hope I had enlightened a portion of your queries so far. But then again, if meron pa kayong queries, just reserve it for the open forum this late afternoon. So again, good morning, and thank you for your time in listening for our discussion for this session. So good morning and thank you, everyone.
Thank you also, Sir Armando Dalisay Jr., our Division Accountant 3. So I can already see some questions from the participants, no? But we allotted 45 minutes po to answer all your concerns. Our speakers will be back later on during our open forum. So let's continue. Our next speaker is from the National Dairy Authority, and he will be discussing about the milk quality and handling. So please help me welcome Sir Warren C. Pagdato. Good morning, Sir Warren.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning.
Good morning po.
Ma'am, may PowerPoint akong na-prepare. Paano po ba ito? Ano? Sorry ha.
Pwede, Sir Warren, pwede niyo po i-share screen po, sir.
Okay. Ayan, ma'am. Nakikita na ba? Hello?
Na-share screen niyo na po, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Nakikita ba?
Wala po, sir. Negative.
Okay. Saglit. Ayan, ma'am. Nakikita po ba, ma'am? Oh, okay na po.
Sir, go ahead po.
Yes.
Okay na po, sir. Nakikita na po ang slides niyo.
So, good morning. My task for today is to present the National Dairy Authority and the other handling techniques and other parameters for the delivery of our fresh milk and our sterilized milk production. So before it, I will share about the National Dairy Authority. So si National Dairy Authority is created through the Republic Act 7884 or the National Dairy Development Act of 1995. So our primary task is to determining and directing you are the body tasked to determine and directing all the dairy development initiatives for the development of dairy industry to the policy direction and program coordination and implementation. So part of our mission and vision is for us to to develop a sustainable and growing dairy industry. So as the NDA or the lead agency for the dairy development, we have also crafted and developed different programs that will support eventually our dairy industry. Number one is the herd build-up, which is si NDA nagpapautang ng baka dun sa ating mga dairy farmers para magkaroon tayo ng mas maraming number or heads ng gatas ng baka. Number two is the Dairy Business Enhancement Program, which is the NDA develops yung mga cooperatives natin, ating mga private partners, our associations, na nagde-develop tayo ng kanilang business sa panggagatasan, especially sa pagpaprocess ng gatas. Then our milk and quality and food safety, ito yung ating programa na kung saan ini-ensure natin na yung gatas na ating ibibigay sa ating mga constituents is malinis and kikita po natin di kalidad. So as part of the Food Safety Act of the Philippines, si NDA binigyan ng regulatory function to regulate the production of raw milk in the Philippines. So part of it, gagamitin din natin doon sa milk feeding program kung saan si milk feeding program ito yung nagsisilbing programa natin na nagpo-provide ng ready available market for our dairy farmer, especially yung mga farmers natin na nag-start up. So ito for example kagaya sa project natin with you sa DepEd, si NDA yung nag-mapping out, nagso-source out ng ating mga needs para masupplyan natin yung requirement natin sa milk feeding program. So, ito yung sinabi ko kanina, sa dairy herd build-up, nag-i-import tayo ng mga baka, may crossbreeding, implementation of buyback scheme, dairy herd health and nutrition management, establishing locally source of dairy animals. So dito naman sa dairy herd build-up natin, ang connection nito with our milk feeding program, si NDA is giving vaccination, mga treatment, at isa sa vaccination natin, ini-ensure natin na yung mga baka natin is nava-vaccine ng tuberculosis para ma-ensure natin na yung mga gatas na ipoproduce nila is walang TB, which is yung TB naman kasi is more natatransmit from animals to human. So zoonotic siya, kaya ito sinisigurado ni NDA na yung mga baka na kinukunan ng ating gatas for our milk feeding program is safe doon sa mga zoonotic diseases. Yung sa Dairy Business Enhancement Program, for example our supplier is si Dairy Best, si Fedapsi, si Kim's Milk at si Gonzaga Farm. So part of the developmental function of NDA is to capacitate the business development of our farmers. So before pa si milk feeding program, they have a market. So ayan, alam natin yung mga sanitation sa pagpaprocess, yung mga good manufacturing practices, yung mga sanitary permit, ina-assist yan ni NDA. So including the facilitating of access to dairy inputs kagaya ng mga stainless steel na gagamitin nating mga farmer, yung mga milk cans, yun yung mga pinoprovide ni NDA and other credit facilities para masupplyan nila ng maayos yung ang ating supply. So the commercial market development kagaya nito, established na yung ating mga farms. So mga dairy processor, ang dine-develop na lang natin yung additional income through the milk feeding program. So the milk feeding program, ito yung yung focus natin ngayon, which is malaking tulong sa ating mga farmers kasi nagkaroon tayo ng direct access sa market through our milk feeding program na hindi na nila kailangang maglako or pumunta sa other establishment para makabenta. So at least malaki yung tulong ni milk feeding program doon sa mga developing dairy farmers and our processors. So we have the milk safety and quality assurance. Yung kanina, we already conducted testing. So ang ginawa ni NDA ngayon, yung mga gatas o yung planta na magiging source ng ating gatas, kumuha na kami ng samples ng kanilang finished product at pina-test na natin sa DOST, which is yun na yung gagamitin din natin as part of our documentation requirement na makita niyo na malinis yung gatas na pinoprovide ni processor para doon sa supplies ng ating milk feeding program. So our role of NDA in the school-based feeding program, which is the milk component, is we have already collaborated with DepEd for market scoping, sourcing, and delivery of fresh milk and fresh milk-based products. So kami, with Ma'am Rylene Sanchez, na tapos na po yung market scoping natin, kaya nagkaroon po tayo nung mga list of our suppliers, which is the Gonzaga Farm, the Kinsmilk Corporation, and the Dairy Best. So may MOA na with DepEd, and so the NDA will be responsible in providing fresh milk and sterilized milk required by the DepEd through the NDA assisted local dairy cooperatives. So services of NDA assisted dairy farmers or farms and cooperative maybe includes the production, processing, packaging, and logistics. So ito naman po is na natin, may mga list of suppliers na tayo. In-evaluate na din ni NDA paano yung mga delivery methods, ano yung mga kailangan ni processing plant para ma-supply niya yung milk feeding program. Kaya nakapag-come up tayo nung volume na isusupply ni suppliers doon sa mga schools. So nakamapping na po ito. So I will share to you the basic milk chemistry and definition. So sinasabi nga nila, what is milk? So it is a liquid secretion of milking animals used for consumption or further processing but exclude yung colostrum. So yung ibibigay po natin sa ating gatas is pasteurized milk or the fresh milk, plus we have also the sterilized milk. So isa-isahin natin. So si milk nga naman, ang sinasabi kanina, si milk is tinatawag nating almost complete food kasi meron na siyang fat, merong protein, merong carbohydrates, mayroong vitamins, minerals. So almost complete si milk kasi pwede mo nang inumin or i-consume si milk na no need of other So sa basic milk chemistry and definition, yung sinasabi natin kanina, hindi pwedeng ibigay si colostrum doon sa mga bata or magiging milk supply. Kasi ito si colostrum is ginagamit lang siya for the development of pinapakain ito sa ating mga guya o yung mga atuang calves. So it contains twice as much as dry matters, 3 times as many as minerals, 5 times as much protein, higher in energy and vitamins. So ito yung binibigay natin sa atong nate 1 to 7 days. So dili na siya pwede ihatag or i-deliver ni farmer. Si processing plant, katong ginasuplayan nato is already conducting different tests before nato i-receive si gatas. So that is why ang ato ang part sa NDA assistance to our dairy farmer is to providing them the reagents and other test kit para mas ma-ensure nato nga ato ang gatas is very clean and safety. So mo ni siya tong giingon ako ganiha. So si colostrum is for the calves ipapakaon, and si normal milk mao ni siya ang ato ang ihatag sa ato ang mga i-deliver ni farmer from their farm to the processing area, which is i-process para mahimong fresh milk. So it is an emulsion of fat globules suspended in aqueous phase. So milk, it is also a nanay sugar in the form of lactose. Naasay water-soluble vitamins na thiamine, riboflavin, and mineral salt such as calcium, phosphate, citrate, and minerals, which is naghatag na pud mi og katong milk analysis para at least makita nato unsa pay mga available nga nutrients nga makuha nato. So it was already provided para naay basis ang ato ang mga health officers kung kaning ato ang gatas is okay. So nakahatag na mi, and that was tested by the FAST laboratory. So natay fat 3%, solid non-fat 3.25, which is the protein, may lactose 4.6, may minerals and organic compounds. So the milk is naturally merong water, which is about 87.3% ang water. Pero basig mo ingon mo nga, sir, paano na mga farmers nga nga magdagdag og tubig para mudagan ilang gatas? So si processing plant na ay testing mechanism para matan-aw nato og gi-adulterate ba og water si gatas. Saglit lang ha. Okay. Mayroon sang vitamins A, C, D, thiamine, riboflavin, enzymes, may peroxidase, catalase, phosphate, and lipase, and napod say gases na oxygen, nitrogen, and carbon dioxide. So this is the milk composition of nutrients. Nasa vitamin A, thiamine, riboflavin. So motong akong giingon ganiha. So rich in calcium, copper, magnesium, manganese, phosphorus, iron, potassium, selenium, and sodium. So mao ni ang mga ginakuhaan nato sa ato ang gatas. Naatay Jersey, naay Holstein, naay Buffalo, and naay goat. Kani definitely kaning sa ang i-supply sa Philippine Carabao Center is the milk from our buffalo, which is dili na pud ni mao ang kay i-process man nato ang ato ang gatas. So i-tone down nato ang fat kay taas kayo ang fat sa buffalo, sa protein. So during sa ato ang processing or sa production, usahay nagakuha tag fat para lang ma-level dito sa ato ang nutritional composition para maiwas pud nato tong mga higher nga mga fat content sa ato ang mga gatas. So mao ni atong tandaan dito sa ang color ana is white or slightly yellowish. So ang freezing point ana is nasa 0.53, which is akong i-discuss later, and the specific gravity mao ni siya ang ginatan-aw ni processing plant every time na mag-receive og gatas. Number 1 is the color and the slightly yellowish para makita nato nga mao na siya ang tunay nga color sa ang standard na color sa milk. However, kung may mga deviation kanang halimbawa na green na color sa milk, dili na nato na i-receive. So dapat white or slightly yellowish. Slightly yellowish siya tungod kay taas ang iyahang fat content. Si freezing point, the temperature at which the milk freezes, mao ni ginatan-aw nato kay kung ang milk gi-adulterate with water, mubaba ang iyahang freezing point close to 0. So mao na siya nga kung mag-negative or mag-positive ang imong sa inani nga mga test, ibig sabihin dili nato dawato ng gatas is. And also the specific gravity. So kinahanglan si NDA nag-provide ng mga test kit for our processor. So, there are many types of milk. Kani si raw milk. Si raw milk is kanang gatas nga mugawas from pagtapos ni mugatasan, ang tawag na is raw milk. Raw milk in a way kay wa man say processing na hitabo, so nahimo siyang raw milk. Si fresh milk or pasteurized milk, pwede natong usahay nato ni sa kay si pasteurized milk gi-undergo nimo og pasteurization at about 72 degrees Celsius for 5 seconds para makuha tong mga pathogenic microorganism. Si evaporated milk, mao ni siya tong in the process of ang milk heating, evaporate lang nimo ang other nga component or especially the water, mao nang gitawag siyang evaporated milk. Si condensed milk, mao ni siya si pasteurized milk, gidagdagan nimo og asukal, gi-continuous nimo og stir until such time mo sticky siya, mao na gitawag na condensed milk. Si skim milk powder, from your pasteurized milk, gitanggalan nimo sa og fat. Ang katong nabilin nga nga milk giuga nimo, mao na siya nga si skim milk less ang iyahang fat content. Kay gitanggalan nimo sa fat, then gidry si skim milk or si low fat milk. Si whole milk powder or si whole milk, mao ni siya tong pasteurized milk, imo lang siyang giuga or gi-spray dried, mao ang tawag nga whole milk powder. Si reconstituted milk, mao ni siya tong nagpalit kag skim milk, gidagdagan nimo fat, gidagdagan nimo og mga salt, ginagmay, gidagdagan nimo vitamins and minerals, mao na siyang reconstituted milk. Si ultra high temperature milk, mao ni siya tong mga milk nga maka-stand dito sa ato ang mga shelf bisag walay refrigeration. So kanang si Nestle fresh milk, si Magnolia fresh milk, mao na ginatawag nato nga ultra high temperature na milk. I-process na siya. Napo tay gitawag na cultured milk. Si cultured buttermilk, mao ni siya tong nagbutang ka og kaning good bacteria para dito sa imuhang buttermilk, mao na siya gitawag siya nga cultured na buttermilk. Si sour cream, mao ni siya tong naa kay fat nga gikuha nimo from fat separation, katong fat gidagdagan lang nimo og asidulan, mao nang gitawag nato nga sour cream. Si yogurt na pod, si pasteurized milk ni siya gibutangan lang nimo og yogurt culture nga bacteria, usually lactobacillus, and then gi-incubate nimo overnight, pagkabuntag naa na kay yogurt. So si cheese naman pod is the pasteurized milk, ibutangan lang nimo og cheese culture, pag pag nag-curd na, gi-collect nimo si curd, after which si curd mao na gitawag natong mga cheese. So part is si kesong puti, na si blue cheese. So ang uban lang nagka-differentiate lang siya tungod sa process ug unsay ilahang mga ingredients. So mao ni sa atong ihatag sa inyo nga gatas. Si pasteurized milk, it's either 1 liter or tong 180 to 200 grams na milk packs. So usually ang ginapack nato packaging nato is the HDPE, the high density polyethylene na bags. So i-heat nato na siya at 65 degrees Celsius or 30 minutes or 72 degrees Celsius for 15 seconds. I-pack nato, then ato ang refrigerate delivered sa inyo ha. We also have this sterilized milk. So kaning si milk ngani is gi-process sa 110 degrees Celsius for 30 minutes. So nag-undergo sa sterilization process. So para dili lang mawala ang ato ang mga vitamins and minerals, kay since nag-undergo sa high heat na preservation, magdagdag ta ani og vitamin A, D, and E in the form of powder. So, during the production of milk supply, NDA will check for processing practices and required records, and we ensure that all our suppliers is GMP compliance, or which is the good manufacturing practices. So, mao ni ilang dapat sa production of milk supply, raw milk receiving and monitoring sheets. So, every day ato aning i-check, gina-check ni processing plant ang mga parameter, unsa oras gi-deliver, pila ka litro, kinsa nga farmer, room temperature, raw milk temperature, o kaning clot on boiling kung pasado ba siya, kung naa ba siya mastitis, gina-check pod ang odor, appearance, the taste, ug unsa pay mga makita nimo nga nga mga parameters. So, production of milk supply in process monitoring sheet. So, during sa processing ginatan-aw pod nato ana ang pilay temperature, cooking temperature tanan na sa ginatan-aw. Then we also have the packing monitoring sheet. So nakita diha kung kanus asa gipack, pilay kilo niya kung tama ba, then the expected yield and the actual yield. Mao ni siya trabaho ni NDA to supervise and to monitor all the processing activities sa ato ang mga suppliers. So kani part ni siya sa gina-check ni NDA pilay internal temperature sa ato ang gatas para dili gid mapanos. We have also the delivery slip morning atong i-supply puhon dito sa atong mga Then the temperature handling is dapat 1 to 4 degrees Celsius. Mas maayo pod og frozen milk is recommended. However, kaning atong ubang processing plant tungod kay gina-allow na lang nato nga sa ato ang styro boxes dapat puno og ice. So at least 20% of the volume sa ato ang ice box or ice chest. 20% of it is the crushed ice para ma-maintain ang iyang temperature. So, kaning total plate count must be less than 30,000 CFU. The coliform count must be less than 10 colony forming unit and the walay E. coli. So, dapat no growth. So, ato na ning gipa-testing with our DOST nga mga partners. So, tapos na ang testing, naanay the result sa test nga ato ang kuhaon nun. Nakapasado pa dato ang mga farm. Kung walay test result nga mapakita, ayaw i-receive ang gatas. So, pag-abot ninyo kay nakabutang man sa ato ang agreement nga naay 2% nga allowance ang i-deliver ni supplier. That's because pag abot dito i-check siya ni inspection team kung tama ba, dili ba aslom, dili ba panos ang gatas nga i-deliver. So naa na ihatag nga nga sobra for our sampling. Retain sample kani buhaton ni siya ni supplier nga mag-retain siya sample every production and will be kept for 8 days para in case nga naay mga problema sa field or dito sa atong gi-deliver naatay retained sample nga makitaan in case nga may mga daot or dito during the investigation. So delivery boxes requirement at least clean, well maintained and sanitized. So usaon paglimpyo kung naada dito sa school, wash with soap and rinse with water. Tapos kanang pangbanlaw nimo human sa is 1 tablespoon of Sunrox plus 10 liters of water. Mao na siya imong ibanlaw or sa ato ang mga ice box para dili mo amoy. Next one, boxes must be labeled with the following: the production date and number of sachet. So per delivery basis nato ni sa buhaton. So unsa may palatandaan? Change in taste to sour to bitter. So mo ipait na ato ang gatas, ayaw na dawata. Usahay tungod kay naay oxygen and naay bacteria nga naka contaminate sa ato ang mga gatas, muburot na siya tungod kay naay oxygen production due to the growth of bacteria or microorganisms. So dili na pod ni dawaton nimo. Kaning fruity kanang sobrahan ra kabula. Dili po nato na sa dawaton tungod sa bacterial growth and contamination. Kanang na-curd, kanang magtibugol-tibugol na, ayaw po na dawata ang gatas. Butter taste rancid. Butter taste or rancid. So kanang medyo na sa mantika o nagla-amoy, dili na sa dawaton. So, basig na may pangutana si lactose intolerance. So, mao ni sa ang mga signs and symptoms, may bloating, abdominal cramps, gas and diarrhea. So, si lactose intolerance man pod, ah, for us nga mga Asians, dili man gud ta sanay mo inom og gatas daily. So that is why ang ato pero in the earlier stage kung bata pa ta or kana during the infant, mao man ay ato ang mao man ay ato ang pagkaon gyud ang gatas. However, kay tungod kita, especially the Pinoy, pag abot og 3 years old, giingnan lag ayaw na kag gatas, pangapi na lang ka. So ang mga mga microorganism or mga microflora sa ato ang tiyan, ang nahitabo kay wala naman sila gikaon nga gatas, nanganam og kamatay og ang uban nag-hibernate na tulog. So that is why pag makainom na pud ta gatas, ang mahitabo natay ginatawag nga lactose intolerance kay medyo delayed ang mahitabo, natulog man sila so na-deactivate na pod, gamay na lang population, so dili kaayo ma-digest ang lactose which is resulting to diarrhea o sahay. However, we can encourage our parents nga at least a week before sa sa implementation sa ato ang milk feeding program, pwede nga painomon nila og gatas, even kanang kanang mga powdered milk para lang ma-reactivate ang mga good bacteria dito sa atong tiyan to mabuhi sila or ma-activate sila para mautoy mag-consume or mag-digest sa ato ang lactose. So nasa ubang sa ibang division, for example, kung nag-orient mi sa Tagum, nangutana sila naabay kaning overdose sa gatas. So walay overdose sa gatas kay especially sa ato ang mga mga estudyante usahay. Siyempre ang usahay ka nang kung especially tong nag-request og 1 liter na pack. Siyempre pag abot nila sa balay anak nila, pwede ra nila nang imnon tanan ang ilahang gatas kay especially kaning mga parents nga walay refrigerator or walay kuryente sa ilahang balay. And usahay ang uban kong parents kung naay mga igsuon sa ato gyud normal sa Pinoy nga i-share. However, di ba gina-discourage nato akatong sharing kay supposedly kung kinsa ra toy identified na beneficiary maunta toy makaano. Pero base na yung mga instances, for example, kaning sa isa ka family isa ra siya, tapos 1 liter ang tas wala pa pud sila refrigerator, wala may overdose sa ato ang gatas. So kung naapay question, unya na nato to sa sa discussion. So thank you very much.
Daghang salamat, Sir Warren, no? Sir Warren is from the National Dairy Authority. So if you have concerns regarding the quality of milk or the storage, Sir Warren will be back during our 45-minute open forum. So, totoo yung sinabi ni Sir, no? So a week before, for those parents na receiving the milk, you have to let your child drink milk, no? Kahit bisang katong mga swak lang sa tindahan. No? Right, sir? So
Yes,
this
ma'am.
is to reactivate the good bacteria sa
the enzymes sa ato ang tiyan.
So para ma-prevent ang lactose intolerance. So thank you kay sir, no? And there's no thing as called as milk overdosage. Okay. So kinahanglan lang gyud ay sanayon ng mga tiyan sa atong mga learners kay ang milk is a very nutritious jud source of food. Right, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
So sir, I hope to see you later po sa ating open forum.
Yes, mao sa oras, ma'am.
Right now, sir, we will be having our lunch break and we will have 2 remaining speakers po. And then we will proceed sa ating open forum after the 2 speakers, sir.
Okay po. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. See you later po. Okay, to all the participants, may I remind you, no, to those who just log in, The attendance link will be posted later after the session. So if you have comments or suggestions or any clarifications, feel free to write on the comment box on your screen. Those concerns will be attended, will be answered later po during our open forum. So I guess we will end here the first half of our session. We will have 2 speakers remaining. So participants may now take their lunch, and we hope to see you online at what time? 1 p.m. Okay? So thank you and see you again later.
na okay, Oplan kalusugan sa DepEd. Halina't alamin atin ang tuklasin, mga health programs ating palaganapin. Tara na okay, Oplan kalusugan sa DepEd. Halina't alamin atin ang tuklasin, mga health programs ating palaganapin.
Communal Elementary School aims to strengthen the SBFP for the benefit of our recipients. Last school year 2018-2019, the school conducted an action research which identified the health profile and academic performance of SBFP beneficiaries utilizing self-generated assessment tools. Findings revealed that SBFP recipients are not necessarily poor academic performers. Contrary to the general belief, SBFP recipients of Communal Elementary School are average performing students. Improvement in academic performance of our beneficiary is generally attributed to the improved attendance rate due to the participation in the daily feeding program.
At kabataan, kalusugan ay mahalaga.
Based from the reports of the previous school year, it has been noted that learners who have already attained normal nutritional status after 120 days of feeding program have not maintained their ideal body mass index. From the data gathered, a theory has been formulated that there is a problem with food intake at home, which results to repeat of feeding beneficiaries and non-maintenance of a normal BMI status. Thus, an action research was done in order to address the said problem with the title Bon Appetit, Intensifying Food Production, a community-based tracking through posting of SBFP stickers. The school, together with the barangay officials, conducted the house-to-house visit of SBFP recipients in order to draw data or census through posting of stickers and using the parents-based checklist for SBFP recipients to check the availability of food source to sustain the nutritional needs of the child at home. In addition, the school is still currently in the implementation phase of the action research. However, initial findings show that there is indeed a gap with a healthy food consumption at home, thus contributing to the repeat of previous beneficiaries.
Atin ang tuklasin, mga health programs ating palaganapin. Tara na okay, Oplan kalusugan sa DepEd. Halina't alamin atin ang tuklasin, mga health programs ating palaganapin. Tara na okay, Oplan kalusugan sa DepEd. Halina't alamin atin ang tuklasin, mga health programs ating palaganapin. Tara na okay, Oplan kalusugan sa DepEd. Tara na okay, Oplan kalusugan sa DepEd. Halina't alamin atin ang tuklasin, mga health programs ating palaganapin. Tara na okay, Oplan kalusugan sa DepEd. Halina't alamin atin ang tuklasin, mga health programs ating palaganapin.
Communal Elementary School aims to strengthen the SBFP for the benefit of our recipients. Last school year 2018-2019, the school conducted an action research which identified the health profile and academic performance of SBFP beneficiaries utilizing self-generated assessment tools. Findings revealed that SBFP recipients are not necessarily poor academic performers. Contrary to the general belief, SBFP recipients of Communal Elementary School are average performing students. improvement in academic performance of our beneficiary is generally attributed to the improved attendance rate due to the participation in the daily feeding program.
At kabataan, kalusugan ay mahalaga.
Based from the reports of the previous school year, it has been noted that learners who have already attained normal nutritional status after 120 days of feeding program have not maintained their ideal body mass index. From the data gathered, a theory has been formulated that there is a problem with food intake at home, which results to repeat of feeding beneficiaries and non-maintenance of a normal BMI status. Thus, an action research was done in order to address the said problem with the title Bon Appetit, Intensifying Food Production, a community-based tracking through posting of SBFP stickers. The school, together with the barangay officials, conducted the house-to-house visit of SBFP recipients in order to draw data or census through posting of stickers and using the parents-based checklist for SBFP recipients to check the availability of food source to sustain the nutritional needs of the child at home. In addition, the school is still currently in the implementation phase of the action research. However, initial findings show that there is indeed a gap with a healthy food consumption at home, thus contributing to the repeat of previous beneficiaries.
Atin ang tuklasin, mga health programs ating palaganapin. Tara na okay, Oplan kalusugan sa DepEd. Halina't alamin, atin ang tuklasin, mga health programs ating palaganapin. Tara na okay, Oplan kalusugan sa DepEd. Halina't alamin, atin ang tuklasin, mga health programs ating palaganapin. Tara na okay, Oplan kalusugan sa DepEd.
Good afternoon once again, and welcome back to the second half of our division orientation on the school-based feeding program, milk feeding program component. I hope that the third batch participants are still with us. We only have two remaining speakers for today. And without further ado, I would like to introduce to you our next speaker. She will be discussing about the safety protocols, and she's none other than our division nurse, Ms. Roxanne Pardillo Jugaran. Ms. Rox?
Yes. Oh, Miss Jazz, good afternoon once again. So I'll be presenting to you my screen. Okay. Can you see now my screen? So I hope you have taken now your lunch. So nag-log ko. Okay, so kindly wait in a little moment lang po mga ma'am and sir ha, kasi nag-load pa po. Okay. So, okay, can you say now my screen? Okay, so once again, good afternoon. I'll be discussing to you the school-based feeding program safety protocols amidst the pandemic. So, what are our purposes? First is it aims to reduce the vulnerability of all concerned. So that is why the central office has created the safety protocols po in order for us to decrease the risk of having the illness po. due to this COVID pandemic. So next is to reduce the transmission of COVID-19, and lastly, to ensure safe delivery of milk or food packs to our beneficiaries. So we have three processes for this implementation. First is the food production or the factory. So prior po to delivering the milk supplies to our recipient schools, it must be first prepared po sa kanilang factory. So from then on po, dapat na-follow na po natin yung ating strict minimum health standards. Next is the delivery to the drop-off point schools, and lastly, the distribution to our households or our beneficiaries. So first, we will discuss on the food production or on the factory. First of all, we will conduct an on-site inspection to our supplier po. It's the Kim's Milk and the Gonzaga Farm. So the schools division office na po will conduct an on-site inspection to the factory. So food business operators is compliant to implementing rules and regulations of the Republic Act number 10611, or also known as the Food Safety Act of 2013. It is an act to strengthen the food safety regulatory system in our country. So food handlers must also wear appropriate protective clothing, the hairnets or caps, mouth guard or mask, apron, closed shoes, and gloves. Food handlers must also have an updated medical certificates. We need to ensure then po na their medical certificates is not expired, since yearly po talaga tayo dapat nag-change ng ating mga medical certificates. So we must also exclude ill or sick or infectious employees from the work area. Next, they must practice good personal hygiene, such as washing hands before and after handling food, to decrease na lang po the transfer of microorganisms. Then follow the rules and the process in the workplace. Next is areas and food equipments must be clean and in good condition. Equipment used must comply to the government and industry standards. And lastly, it must be free from any hazards. Lastly, the food production or factory must also have an updated sanitary permit and safe and quality of water supply. So kung preferably, meron po silang certificate na mapapakita sa atin that their water supply is potable. We must also inspect the Certificate of Compliance or the COC and the LTO or the license to operate. Now, prior for our delivery and receiving, so the drop-off point school must ensure the following. Number one, the strict enforcement of DepEd Order Number 14, Series of 2020, or the guidelines on the required standards in basic education offices and schools based on Department Health Administrative Order Number 15, Series of 2020, or the guidelines on the risk-based public health standards for COVID-19 mitigation. So ito po talaga yung ipa-follow natin na DepEd order sa mga schools to maintain po the safety protocols. So schools must also conduct a mandatory temperature checking, the provision of food baths, filling out of the health declaration forms, and hand hygiene with 70% isopropyl or ethyl alcohol shall be done upon entry to the school or pick up or drop off point premises. So kung pwede po sana, if ever may mga school guards tayo, kung pwede sila na yung magkakonduct ng temperature checking prior to entering the school premises. Or if none naman po, pwede naman po mag-assign or mag-delegate si school principal ng anyone po to conduct the temperature checking. So number 2, all schools are mandated to have an online school health declaration form that includes the following: significant signs and symptoms such as cough, colds, fever, headache, diarrhea, sore throat, loss of taste, and loss of smell. It must also include the data for contact tracing and other pertinent personal data needed to be filled up by all delivery staff, teaching and non-teaching consignees, inspectors, and volunteers. Now, for our online school health declaration form naman po, the division office po will create a template na lang to be distributed to all schools so that yung gagawin niyo pong declaration form will be uniform naman po to be disseminated to our supply delivery staffs. So the online school health declaration form decreases the possibility of contracting the virus by discouraging the use of paper and shared writing materials. However po, for those schools without efficient internet connection, a printed health declaration form may be used, but sharing of writing materials such as ball pens and pencils is discouraged. Yun nga po yung iniiwasan natin, di ba? Yung matransmit po yung virus from one another. So, if hindi po talaga possible yung online na school health declaration form, so printed po tayo, make sure lang po that the pens to be used will be disinfected every after use. Number 3, all delivery staff, teaching and non-teaching consignees, inspectors, and volunteers shall answer the online health declaration form a day before the scheduled pickup and delivery. Failure to do so, and those with significant signs and symptoms of COVID-19, means that they won't be allowed in the drop-off points or school premises for that day. So for our barangay pickup points, it is suggested that the printed health declaration includes, again, the signs and symptoms, data for contact tracing, and other pertinent personal data needed or required to be accomplished by all participants present in the venue or area. However po, for our case, we didn't have identified any barangay po for pickup points since school po lahat ng ating mga drop-off point school. So number 5, all delivery staff, teaching and non-teaching consignees, inspectors, and volunteers who are scheduled to deliver and pick up the food or the milk shall wear face masks and face shields at all times while at the drop-off point or pick-up areas. I-ensure lang po talaga natin, no, that since most of the people naman po ngayon is wearing na po the face shield, i-remind lang po natin sila na that the face shield must be used on its correct usage po kasi meron, 'di ba, iba na yung kanilang mga face shields ginagamit nila pero hini-headband nila. So kindly remind na lang po talaga the people entering your school premises that the face shields and the face mask must be worn appropriately. So number 6, physical distancing of at least 2 meters shall be enforced at all times to ensure reduction of possible transmission of infections. So kung pwede naman po sana yung mga chairs natin, no, to be prepared sa school if for instance na may mag-pick up na, kailangan naka-label na po yan siya or naka-distance na po siya of at least 2 meters. Next, proper scheduling shall be observed by all drop-off point coordinators to prevent crowding at the distribution areas. It is advised that only 5 persons are allowed per pick-up point area for every 10 minutes. So, yun nga po yung sinabi namin kanina that the drop-off point schools must conduct na po a meeting with the recipient schools nila or yung under schools nila para po ma-schedule natin ng tama kung ilang tao lang ba yung pupunta doon or ilang schools na yung identified na pupunta doon for that time being. So proper scheduling lang po sana. So you may now conduct na po meetings for your other schools na po. So number 8, all delivery staff, teaching and non-teaching premise consignees or inspectors and volunteers are required to wash hands with soap or using disinfectants before and after touching the milk or food packs. Number 9, directional flow of people inside the schools or drop-off point facility should be strictly observed at all times. Entrance only and exit only doors and gates shall be established for this purpose. So later on po, the Miss Jill will be discussing to you the tentative floor plan na aming tinatawag para po yun din yung siyang i-follow ninyo sa inyong schools. So number 10, all school heads and drop-off point facility coordinators shall maintain records of the online health declaration and contact tracing data for future reference. So if ever naman po may malalaman tayo that there is a a person who has a close contact to a COVID-19 positive. So that online health declaration form may be useful for us para po mahasten natin yung ating contact tracing. Next is the distribution. This is from the school to be picked up by the parents. So again, number 1, strict enforcement pa rin tayo of DepEd Order number 14, series of 2020, mandatory temperature checking, provision of the foot baths, and filling out of the health declaration form, and hand hygiene with isopropyl alcohol or ethyl alcohol shall be done prior to the entry to the school premise. Number 2, all parents or guardians, volunteers, and teachers who are authorized and scheduled to pick up the milk or food packs shall wear face masks and face shields at all times while at the school premises. Number 3, proper scheduling shall be observed by all schools and SBFP milk coordinators to prevent crowding at the distribution areas. It is advised that only 5 persons are allowed per pick-up point or area for every 10 minutes. And we must also inform our parents po that bringing of their children na po is discouraged po in the school premises. So, kung pwede po, si parent na lang po talaga yung pupunta sa kanilang sa school to pick up po the milk packs. So, number 4 and number 5, all persons entering the school premise shall wear face masks and face shields. Schools shall provide a waiting and pick-up area with proper ventilation for parents. Physical distancing of 2 meters shall be observed at all times. So if ever naman po na na-pick up na po ni parents yung kanilang milk packs, kindly inform them na lang po that diretso na po sila uwi sa bahay para po hindi po madaling ma-spoil din yung ating milk. So para pagdating din po sa bahay, okay pa yung ating mga gatas. So number 6, upon distribution to the parents, the school-based feeding program, milk feeding program coordinator, or the volunteer shall disinfect their hands with 70% isopropyl or ethyl alcohol solution before handing the packs of the milk over to the recipient. And it is also it is also advised po that every after use of that area or of that room to distribute the milk packs, kailangan din po talaga natin na i-disinfect din po yung mga ginamit natin such as the tables, chairs, and others po that is used po to distribute the milk packs. So another distribution strategy is to deliver it to the households. So what are our safety protocols? Again, same lang po tayo that it is they should observe the protocol for delivery of milk or food packs to the households. Yung sinabi natin kanina na dapat kung pwede within 1 hour lang po ang ating distribution sa milk. All personnel authorized to deliver or distribute the milk or food packs shall wear appropriate personal protective equipment such as follows: the face mask, face shield, and disposable gloves. Again, they must disinfect hands using an alcohol before and after handing the milk or food packs to any member of the households. And lastly, household representative or parents or the guardians. So after they have received the milk or food packs, the parent or guardian shall disinfect his or her hands using 70% isopropyl or ethyl alcohol solution. It is strongly advised that the milk or food be placed in a cold storage to keep it fresh until it is consumed. For those no refrigerators at home po, the parents or guardians are encouraged to store the milk pouches in insulated containers such as ice coolers or styro chests with ice packs. So if ever hindi po talaga visible na wala talaga silang, kung wala talaga yung yung family, so kindly instruct na lang po talaga that it must be consumed po prior na ma-spoil yung ating mga milk packs. So store wrapped bread in a clean, dry, and cool shelves. And lastly, be sure to store the fresh fruits and vegetables in a refrigerator or cooler or at a below 4 degrees Celsius or 40 degrees Fahrenheit within 2 hours of peeling or cutting. So ito po yung para sa ating food na dry ration. So always use clean containers to store washed or prepared vegetables and fruits. And remember to keep fresh produce away from any raw meat, poultry, or seafood when preparing or storing it. So, advance information lang po, possible this September 30, the regional office now will conduct an a monitoring to the identified schools, so 3 from elementary and 2 from secondary schools. They didn't tell us po kung anong schools po to monitor, but kindly make sure na lang po that the schools will follow the guidelines on DepEd Order Number 14, Series of 2020, following the strict minimum health standards na lang din po. So I guess that would be all for the safety protocols. And again, thank you everyone.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rox. I would like to remind the participants once again that the attendance link will be posted after the session. And please don't hesitate to write your questions or any clarifications on the comment box seen on your screen. So let's proceed. We have our last speaker for this virtual orientation. Our speaker will discuss about the reminders to the implementing schools and the SBFP reporting forms. Let me introduce to you our last but not the least speaker. She is none other than our nurse in charge, Miss Jill Michelle Coronel Ano. Good afternoon, Miss Jill.
In Okay. Okay po. So good afternoon. For the reminders for the implementing schools po, so tayo lahat, as said by Ma'am Roxanne earlier, we need to impose or implement the minimum public health standard should be met during the distribution of our milk. So meron tayong tinatawag na the storage room for the milk. So dapat meron siyang entrance, exit, waiting area, receiving area, area for signing of documents, and of course, nag-follow tayo ng mga health precautions, yung disinfection natin, foot bath, etc. So this is a sample po na floor plan for suppliers to drop-off point school. So ito po yung from NDA to the drop-off point school. Sample lang po ito, pwede ho po ninyo i-personalize. Since lahat naman ho ng schools nag-prepare na ngayon for module distribution, more or less, mayroon na ho kayong nagawa or naisip na floor plan if ever magdi-distribute na ho tayo ng milk. So ito, from NDA or from the supplier to the drop-off point school, of course, meron tayong waiting area. And then we have your entrance over here. Pwede ho natin lagyan ng foot bath or disinfection area. Pwede maghugas na kamay, may hand washing po dito. And then for the receiving area naman, meron tayong random inspection of supplies by the school inspection team. Di ba kanina nga as said earlier, meron ho tayong dapat tinatawag na SIT as well as the authorized consignees. So dito natin i-arrange yung supply and then dito na ho tayo mag-area for signature where the SIT and the authorized consignees will sign the IAR and the delivery receipts. And meron din tayong one exit. So hindi na ho pabalik-balik yung papasok dito sa room. Dapat one entrance and one exit lang po tayo. Then next, meron ho tayong sample from drop-off point schools to beneficiary schools. So ito po yung pwedeng mangyari, pwede natin gawin sa mga schools kung saan identified drop-off point schools pag-receive po ng ating mga beneficiary schools. So same lang po kanina, may sarili siyang waiting area. So one entrance ho tayo, pwede ho natin lagyan dito ng hand washing facility as well as foot bath. And then you have your random inspection of the milk supplies by the representative of the beneficiary school, releasing of the milk supply to beneficiary school, and last na po natin yung area for signature. So, pipirmahan na lang po nila. And of course, one entrance, one exit lang din po tayo. So, ito na po for the schools releasing to parents or guardians. So, same lang po kanina except na inuna na lang po namin yung signature. So, pagpasok po ng parents dito sa entrance, pipirma ho siya dito sa distribution desk ninyo. And then we will release the supply para diretso na ho siya sa exit. So yun lang ho, nabaliktad lang. Nauna na yung signature before po yung supplies. Yung kanina kasi, supplies and then last na po yung signature. Pero again, you can personalize po. Hindi naman ho, ibig sabihin na i-follow talaga ninyo. If ever what works for your school, pwede ho natin i-change at i-personalize yung ating floor plan for each school. So for the drop-off point school, again, we would just like to remind the fresh milk will be delivered between 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. or at least twice a week, preferably Mondays and Wednesdays at the school during school days. Pero for the sterilized milk po, at least once a month po siya. For the school inspection team naman or the school back, it is designated by the school head. So si school head po dapat mag-assign ho siya ng 3 members ng school inspection team or yung members po ng school back for the para pag-receive po natin ng milk. So anong gagawin ng school inspection team na ito? Sila ho ang mag-inspect upon delivery and sign the needed documents, inspect the goods and ensure that they are in good quality for consumption of the beneficiaries, accomplish and sign the inspection and acceptance report form, so at least 2 members of the SIT, as proof that they have received the specified quantity and quality of milk. So kaya ho 3 para if ever absent yung isa, at least yung meron talaga tayong 2 pipirma ng ating IAR as well as the delivery receipt. So the school's inspection team shall also do a random inspection of milk packs every delivery as to the quantity and quality of milk and reject all milk packs that are unclean with leaks and spoiled, subject to the replacement by the supplier using their buffer stocks or at least or on the next delivery. So kanina na-discuss na ho ni Sir Warren as to ano ho ba talaga yung dapat makita natin sa milk if i-deliver po sa atin sa schools. And then the school head shall also assign the authorized consignee. So sino po ba yung members ng authorized consignees natin? So the school head, the school feeding coordinator, and the school property custodian. So for the school property custodian or the school personnel designated by the school head for the purpose shall accept the inspected goods and sign the acceptance portion of the IAR. The authorized personnel shall also fill up the SBFP Form 5 list of authorized consignee. So ano po ba itsura ng IAR? For the drop, yung mga na-identify po natin na drop-off point school, since ang kanina, the principal should identify at least 3 SIT or school inspection team, yung mga part po natin ng school back, dapat 3 members, as well as the 3 consignees. So yung ating dito na part, the school inspection team, at least 2 members should sign this part. And then dito naman po sa acceptance portion, this is to be signed by at least 1 authorized consignee for the drop-off point schools. So dapat at least 3 po ang pipirma ng isang IAR pag NDA to the drop-off point school. For the recipient schools na naman, yung kukuha from the drop-off point schools, meron din ho silang IAR na gagamitin pero isang inspection team na lang po, member of the school inspection team ang pipirma dito. And then of course, still, isa pa ring authorized consignee for the recipient schools. So this is for the drop-off point school to the recipient schools para at least yung responsibility or liability of the milk matatransfer na po doon sa recipient school pag-receive nila ng milk. So maabsuelto na si drop-off point school. So, ang needed documents naman po na kailangan i-prepare. So, si drop-off point school po ang gagawin nito. Si drop-off point school will prepare the IAR in 2 sets. All original copies po yan. So, the first set should be 3 copies. Ang first set is, it will be between the NDA and the drop-off point school. So, bakit po 3 copies? Ang isang copy po ng IAR will be given to the NDA. And then 2 copies will be given to the drop-off point school. One will be the school copy and then the other one will be submitted to the SDO. So between po ito ng NDA and the drop-off point school. Bale, si NDA, di-deliver niya lahat ng supply sa drop-off point school. And then for the second set po, and we have 4 copies. Pero this will be between the drop-off point school and the recipient school. So ang mangyayari, 2 copies will be given to the drop-off point school. Ang isang copy, tataguin ho niya para na meron siyang copy na na-transfer na niya yung liability to the recipient school. And then the other one will be submitted to the accounting division office accounting section. While the other 2 copies will be given to the recipient schools. So bakit po? Ang gagawin ng recipient school for the 2 copies, isa ho, tataguin niya. And then the other one will be an attachment to your liquidation of travel expenses. So, di ba kanina, ang sabi nga namin, kami ang mag-procure ng milk, pero of course, magagastos pa rin ang school with regards to the travel expenses. As kanina na-explain naman ni Sir Delisay as to how do we do it, how do we do the travel expenses for the cash advance. So, ito po yung SBFP Form 5. So, okay na po tayo sa IAR. Dito na ho tayo kay SBFP Form 5. So, this is the list of authorized consignees. So lahat po ng mga drop-off point school should fill this up and give it to the NDA representative on the first day of delivery. So meron ho tayong note dito. This form shall be filled up by the school drop-off points to be given to the NDA or dairy cooperative supplier on the first delivery of milk. Only authorized consignees are allowed to receive the goods. Kasi nga dito sa part na ito, nandito ho yung ating mga specimen signature. So bigyan ko ho kayo ng copy ng don't worry po, lahat ho ng present namin, bibigyan ho namin kayo ng soft copy. So you have your Form 5. So ito, si drop-off point schools ang fill up nito. Ito yung ibibigay natin sa ating NDA representative or yung supplier na naghatid ng milk sa school. Then next, we have the SBFP Form 5A. This will now be submitted to the district or cluster nurse in hard and soft copies on or before September 1. Madali lang ho ito gawin. Lagyan lang ho natin dito ng name ng ating school head, feeding coordinator, and property custodian, the telephone number, mobile number, email complete address, and if asan po yung drop-off point school ng recipient school. If ever kayo ho yung drop-off point school, ilalagay na lang ho ninyo yung school address din po ninyo dito, as well as the means of transportation. Kung maalala ho ninyo, nakasabit ho kayo ng draft or tentative po na transportation ninyo na allowance or yung budget po ninyo na tingin ninyo para yun ang gagastusin ninyo during your transportation. So, sinalin na ho namin yun sa proposal namin, pero dapat ho mag-submit ho pa rin kayo nito para ma-coincide ho namin sa submitted ninyo. So, ang deadline ho nito in hard and soft copies to your district or cluster nurse will be September 21. Memo to follow pa po, so advance information lang ito. For the Form B naman, this will be submitted to the division office by your district and cluster nurses. So nurses, ito po ang report na gagawin ninyo is just a consolidation of the SBFP Form 5A. So this should be submitted to the division office in hard and soft copies by September 25. So again, I would just like to reiterate po, during the delivery of milk, identify personnel that should be present during the delivery at the drop-off point school, at least 2 SITs and 1 consignee. Pero still, the school head shall identify at least 3 SITs and 3 authorized consignees para at least kung absent yung isa, meron pa ho tayong papalit sa kanya. For the identified personnel, itong 2 SITs and 1 authorized consignees, they shall sign the delivery receipt as well as the inspection and acceptance report. Reminders to the school recipients, it is the responsibility of the recipient schools to ensure that their milk supply are picked up during the exact time of delivery by the supplier or within an hour at the most to preserve the quality and freshness of milk. Immediately distribute to the recipients shall likewise follow. Again po, reminders during the distribution for the drop-off point schools, dapat meron ho tayong distribution list of milk supplies to school recipients as well as distribution list of milk supplies to parents or guardians. Since papapick up po natin sa mga parents or guardians sa schools, dapat din ho, meron ho tayong distribution list. So for the recipient schools naman, distribution list lang po, same to parents and guardians. So ito po, sample po ng distribution list of milk supply to the recipient schools. Balik ho tayo sa Excel para mas makita ho ninyo. Madali lang naman ho, fill upan siya. So this is for the drop-off point schools. So lahat ho ng drop-off point schools gagawa ng distribution list. Of course, district or cluster. So and then the name of the drop-off point school and as well as the date released. So bakit ho batch blank of 8? If ever sachet po ang napili ng school, ang delivery, so out of 8 po siya. Since twice a week naman ang delivery, so 8 times po yung delivery natin. If ever naman bottle ang pinili ng school, 4 times lang po ang delivery. So once a week lang ang delivery. So of course, self-explanatory na po siya. Name of school name ng recipient school, ilan po ang na-receive niya. Received by, full name po nung authorized consignee natin, and then signature, and then released by, kung sino po nag-release. As for the distribution naman po, for drop-off point schools and recipient schools, ito naman yung distribution list na ginawa namin na template for your parents or guardians to sign when they pick up the milk at the school level. So, sa Excel ho tayo. Same lang po. District cluster school, release batch number, kung 4, if dito ho tayo sa 4, pag liters, pag 8 naman po, pag nakapacks, and then quantity release per child. Isa ho, for the fresh milk ho kasi ito, sa fresh milk, every Monday is 3 packs po ang nire-release kasi good for Monday, Tuesdays, and Wednesday. Pagka Wednesday naman po, ang second day of delivery, good for Thursday and Friday. So, magiging 2 packs siya. Pero for the sterilized milk, we will wait na lang po for the further instructions since under negotiations pa po ang distribution of sterilized milk for our third batch. You can still use this distribution list if matuloy na ho tayo. Ilagay lang ho natin yung name ng beneficiary. This will be ano na po, tawag nito, na-type na ho natin agad dito ang name of beneficiary since hindi naman na-change as well as the grade and section. Ang need na lang fill upan nung pick up ng milk is the receive by and then the signature as well as the date. And then kung sino ho ang nag-release. Okay. Next, we have the Form 7 to be filled up by the recipient schools. So, for example, ako yung isang recipient school. So, ilan ba yung kinder ko na beneficiary? Halimbawa, 10. Delivered ako ng October 5. And then, the number of packs natin na new, of course, 10 pa rin. Wala naman akong na-replace, walang nasira. So, total ko will be 10. And the number of packs rejected will be 10 lang din pa rin. Number of packs for replacement rejected will be 0 na po. Since wala naman akong replacement. Pero pagdating ko ng grade 1, may ano pala ako, may 20 beneficiaries. Still, October 5 yung aking date of delivery. So, may 20 ako since 20 beneficiaries. Pero meron akong sira na 5. So, maglalagay ako ng 5 dito. Ang total ko na will now be 25. And then the number of packs replaced and rejected will be 5. So, this will be filled up by all recipient schools po. For the 7A naman, this will be filled up by the school drop-off point to record the milk volume received from the local dairy suppliers and then distributed to the recipient schools. So ito po, for the drop-off point schools lang ito. So for example, date delivered ko po will be October 5. For one school kasi, for example, may school ako dito, 100 beneficiaries siya. So bawa, good for 3 days lang ang allocation of milk ko, so 300. Since 100 beneficiaries, good for 3 days, 300 ho ilalagay ko dito. Ang lalagay ko na sa new will be 300, replacement, wala pong nasira, so isi-zero ko siya, total will also be 0. This is only the drop-off point school will fill up the 7A. Pag Form 7, the recipient schools po, all schools po, will fill up the 7. For the Form 7B naman, this shall be filled up by this district cluster nurse to be submitted to the division office. In other words po, yung ating mga nurses, they shall consolidate all of the reports, the Form 7 into one report, we'll consolidate all of it na lang po. The Form 7 here, in this Form 7B. So name of school, same lang po kanina, pero hindi na ho siya naka-grade level, naka-per school na po siya. So for the nurses, ito ang isasubmit po natin at the end of the feeding day. So reminders for the implementing schools. For the forms po, i-go through lang po natin. We have the SBFP Form 2. Lahat naman ho tayo naka-fill up na po ng Form 2. I'll just remind you po. SPF Form 2 is the School-Based Feeding Program List of Schools. So lahat naman tayo is beneficiary po ng feeding. So alam na ho natin na yung ilalagay natin dito, the name of school, BEIS, school address, name of barangay, district supervisor, principal, contact number, and email address, as well as the total beneficiaries. So same lang ito po nung dati. We still need to fill this up. Then we have so all schools po, magpi-fill up nito. And then the district nurses, cluster nurses, shall consolidate the district report na po. Still, the deadline would be September 21 memo to be released. For the Form 5 po, yung sabi ko kanina, yung list of authorized consignees, yung ibibigay natin sa NDA representative or the dairy dairy supplier natin, yung mga farmers natin. This is the list of authorized consignees to be given to the NDA, Dairy Cooperative Supplier, the first delivery of milk. For the Form 5 naman, this is the list of authorized consignees submitted by all beneficiary schools. So, ibsasubmit ito siya ng mga beneficiary schools to the nurses po natin. Because the nurses will be filling up the Form 5B. It will now be the District Consolidated Form 5. So, gina-consolidate lang ng ating mga nurses ang Form 5A. So, still, this should be submitted to the division office by September 25. Then, we have the Form 6A. Remind lang po kami, may memo na ho ito, Division Memorandum 722. So, ang schools shall make the Form 6A while the district nurses is making the 6B. For the 6A, nandiyan na ho yung list of beneficiaries. Remind lang po namin, we need the list of beneficiaries. Dapat meron ho tayong grade and section. Kasi po, dapat kompleto po ito since we will be submitting this to the regional and central office. I-email po namin lahat ng sinesend ninyo sa amin. And then, the hard copies po, we also need it for COA purposes. For Davao City po, we have a total of 17 million po ang budget ng milk feeding. Kaya ho, subject talaga to auditing ang ating mga papeles ng milk feeding. So, reminders lang po sa mga hindi pa ho nakasubmit. Submit na po tayo since last August po yung deadline. Form 6A po and 6B. So, for the nurses, please follow up your schools po na hindi pa ho nakakasubmit. So, yan. For the integrated schools po. And then last, we have the SBFP Form 7. Yan ho yung kanina na pinakita namin. Pinakita ko na for all schools, they should fill it up. To be submitted ho siya at the end of the milk feeding. And then for the 7A, for the drop-off point schools, still to be submitted by the end of the milk feeding. And we have the Form 7P, still to be submitted at the end of the milk feeding. So, ang 7B is just a district consolidated report ng ating Form 7. Si 7A for drop-off point schools lang po. Okay, I'm done po. Ma'am Jazz, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Miss Jill. So that would be the last presentation for today's orientation. So we are now going to proceed with our opening forum. So may I call on once again our speakers? We have our division accountant, Mr. Armando Dalisay. We have also a speaker from the National Dairy Authority, Sir Warren Pagdap. And with us also our two division nurses, our division SBFP coordinators, Ms. Jill and Ms. Rox. So on your screen, you will see our speakers. Sana po si Sir Armando Dalisay. Hintayin lang po natin yung division accountant natin. I guess marami pong concerns tayo regarding the cash advance, yung transportations. So far, dun po tayo maraming katanungan, no? So this is the last batch of the division orientation. So a follow-up questions po is allowed. So don't hesitate po to ask questions. You may write your questions on the comment box seen on your screen. And also participants, the attendance link will be posted after the session. So we allotted 45 minutes for the open forum.
Okay, nabula si Cardo ng Davao City Division.
Cardo Dalisay of Division. Si Sir. Okay, I guess we are ready. So, to start off, we have a question from Jenny Bell Kadayday Magulintang. Sir, pwedeng barangay nga sakyanan ang sakyan sa gatas?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, pwede po. Basta mag-notify lang po kayo, ma'am, sa division office po na yung gagamitin nyo po na sasakyan is barangay po na vehicle. So, allowed po yun, ma'am, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir. Our next question from Brian Barbadillo Banzon. Unsaon sa bukid nga wala baya sila'y government issued na ID, mga habal-habal driver?
Yes po, good afternoon. In case po na wala po silang government issued ID po, mag-suffice na po yung barangay certificate po, ma'am, sir. Requestan nyo na lang po sila or pakuhaan nyo lang po sila ng barangay certificate kung saang barangay po sila resident or sila nakatira. Good as government issued ID na po yun, yung barangay certificate.
Okay, thank you, sir. We have another question from Marife Giritan. From Julieta Onyasa. Just a few clarification lang po. Can you drop off point still could claim hauling or transportation allowance?
Good afternoon po. Regarding po sa yung if allowed po ba na mag-claim po ng hauling yung drop-off points, pag necessary po na maka-incur po ng hauling po yung drop-off points in event na hindi po talaga ma-deliver po ng NDA to the drop-off points, siguro po pwede naman pong mag-claim. Pero po, as per agreement po natin sa NDA, they are expected or they are obliged po na to deliver the goods from from their uh, uh, from their origin po, or from their office or factory, as the case, up to the drop off point school. So there is no need for the school to incur yung hauling or transportation. But in the event nga po, if in case di po talaga natin controllable na magka-incur po si drop off points ng transportation or hauling, allowed naman po yan, gawan lang po siya ng report po regarding po sa claim po nila para ma-allow. Pero under normal circumstances, hindi po necessary or hindi na po need na mag-haul or mag-transport ni drop-off points po. Si NDA na po yung in charge po nun nung transportation po up to the drop-off points. Mag-inspect and receive lang po talaga si drop-off points, and in charge din po si drop-off points to transfer po yung mga goods to the beneficiary schools na papunta po sa kanila. So, wala naman pong additional hauling po or transport yung transfer, kasi si beneficiary school po yung magpunta po sa drop-off points to pick up or get the goods po intended sa kanilang recipient na mga learners po natin.
Thank you very much, sir. Participants, may mga questions pa po ba tayo? We are surprised by this batch, no? Kasi wala masyadong question. It's either nasabtan or maulaw lang. Mataas pa ho, mahaba pa ho ating oras. Any questions? How about milk concern po? Concerns about the milk. We have Sir Warren Pagdato po to answer all your queries regarding the milk quality. Wala na po ba?
Okay, wala po ba tayong naintindihan? Wala po naintindihan.
No? Or nahihiya lang po ating mga participants?
Hi ma'am, pwede makaano?
Sir Warren?
Comment? Yes po.
Okay, sige, go
Ma'am,
ahead.
baka
Sir Warren.
baka willing kayo mag-visit sa ating mga processing plant. Open naman po tayo. Preliminary visit po ninyo para malaman ninyo kung ano pinaprocess, paano yung natin, yung saan kinukuha yung gata, so we could assist you kung may available time pa tayo. Let us know lang kung kailan para ma-assist po namin. Yun lang po.
Sir Warren, medyo choppy po.
Okay.
Masyadong naririnig.
Okay. Ang
Go ahead,
po,
sir.
we are open po doon sa pag-visit po sa mga mga processing plant, yung mga suppliers natin. So kung gusto po ninyo, kasi last time the Davao del Sur area is nag-visit din po dito sa plant. So kayo po, let us know, lang po, inform us earlier para ma-arrange po natin yung schedules po ninyo for visit kung need pa ninyo sa division.
Okay. So, Sir Warren, ang sinasabi niyo po welcome po ang lahat na bumisita sa NDA, sir.
Yes po.
Kailangan lang ng coordination.
Yes po.
Between us and po sa inyo.
Yes po,
for the
ma'am.
site visit, sir.
Yes po.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. So, yun po mga participants. If gusto nyo pong bumisita sa NDA, you may contact the division office sa medical section po so that we could have a schedule, no? Any question? Meron po tayong question dito, sir. Another question from Tata E. Andrade. Good PM, how about yung integrated school like sa Laho IS? Kami lang isa sa Marilog po na IS. Ang dropping points po ang concern ko po. Second, about sa milk preservation, unsaon tong walay kuryente or limited ang power supply kay solar panel lang ang source sa kuryente.
Good afternoon po.
Grade. For Laho IS po, ang drop-off point school ninyo will be San Jose Elementary School. So, much easier po para sa inyo makuha yung milk supply ninyo. And then for the preservation po, since for the third batch, far-flung areas po, sterilized milk po ang ibigay natin sa inyo. So, no need na po siya i-supply sa refrigerators. Ang gagawin ho natin nito, dapat lang ho may proper storage lang ho tayo. Kung makita ho ninyo sa mga grocery stores, yung mga usual milk po na yung mga fresh milk po natin na mga Magnolia or Nestle na parang naka-tetra pack siya, parang karton ho siya. So, ganun po ang magiging, ano ninyo, tawag nito, package. Yun po ang magiging supply. So, yun po. So, hindi po tayo mamumblema for the limited power supply po ninyo since no need naman po na i-ref natin yung milk supply na mahahatid po sa inyo. Jess?
Thank you, Miss Jill. We have a question from Tony Alcomendras. Saan po ba located ang NDA po?
Po, nasa
Sir
ano
Warren,
po,
can
ma'am?
you give us the complete address po ng NDA?
Yes po ma'am, pwedeng i-ano ko lang mamaya sa sa comment, doon ko na lang ita-type. Pero yung ano po namin nasa Los Amigos po, dito po sa Tugbok District.
Anyway, Sir Warren, pwede ko bang kunin na lang yun later yung complete address ng NDA?
Yes po.
Kasi medyo choppy po yung
Yes ma'am.
audio niyo. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Any question po? May mga additional questions pa po ba tayo? Okay. I guess wala na pong questions from the participants, no? So, let's call it a day. May mga comments po ba ating ibang speakers? Sir Warren, additional po? May concern po kayo? Wala na po. Okay, thank you, Sir Warren. Thank you so much to all the participants. Thank you din po sa ating speakers, Sir Warren Pagdato of the National Dairy Authority, our two division nurses, and of course, our division accountant, Sir Armando Dalisay. So, thank you po sa lahat ng nag-participate, sa lahat ng PSDSS po, school participants, school principals. So, if you have any questions po, as what Sir Dalisay said po a while ago, na open po ang accounting natin for your concerns. And of course, ang school health section po, ang medical section particularly po. So, once again, salamat and God bless us all.
Thank you.